to welcome you folks to the St. Charles County Council meeting of Monday, July the 10th. We will open up the meeting with an invocation that's given by Pastor Jeremy Mount of First Assembly Church of St. Peter's, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Mike Elam. Please stand.
Almighty God, we come to you this hour and give you thanks for this gathering and for your purpose in it tonight. We know that as we gather together, you always have a divine agenda, and we ultimately ask for your will to be done tonight. We thank you for your benevolent blessings upon our county and humbly request your guidance in this meeting as we go forward with the agenda at hand. Take what has been prepared and multiply the council's efforts as only you can, and we pray tonight that you would guide this council and the constituents as they discuss and make decisions tonight on important matters that impact our county and the communities in which we live, work, and play. I pray that you would be with all those who have gathered to make their voices heard, and that they would do so with clarity, conciseness, and respectful character. I pray for all those who are charged with governing, guiding, and granting the welfare of this county. May they choose to do what is right and rational. I'm asking that you would also, Almighty God, graciously grant our council members a wisdom to make right decisions amid the conflicting interests and issues of our times. Grant them a window into the welfare of the true needs of our people as we continue to grow as a county. Would you grant them also a willingness to do what is good and right and an ability to work together in harmony, even when there may be disagreement. We pray that you would be pleased tonight. Though the decisions and the deliberations of this council go on throughout the evening, we pray for your power to unify and strengthen our families, our workplaces, our community, and our county. We ask that your blessings tonight would be on all those who have gathered here. You would grant us your peace as we proceed through the night. We ask this in your most blessed name, Jesus Christ, we pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor. We will now please call the roll.
Councilman Swanson.
Here, ma'am.
Councilman Brazel.
Here.
Councilman Elam.
Here.
Councilman Hollander.
Here.
Councilman Hammond.
Here.
Councilwoman Schneider.
Here.
Councilman Baker.
Here.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to move the consent agenda next on the agenda.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 Okay, we are now on the consent agenda. Are there any items to be removed from the consent agenda? Okay,
Motion to approve.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, the consent agenda has passed. We will now move to conditional use permits, starting with bill number 5199.
Bill number 5199, requested by Michael Herbert, sponsored by Tim Baker, an ordinance granting conditional use permit CUP 22-16 for a landscaping contracting service to JAB Real Estate Services LLC property owners.
Okay, Mr. Myers, please get sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Robert Myers, Planning and Zoning Division Director for St. Charles County. First on the agenda tonight, we have a conditional use permit at 4520 Central School Road. And unlike several of the other conditional use permits on tonight's agenda,
Robert, pull that closer.
Yeah, a little bit.
but this one,
Yeah, it's hard for us to hear
Okay.
you. Yeah.
There we go.
all right, thank you. Unlike several other conditional use permits on tonight's agenda, this property already has commercial zoning, and what's being requested is for a conditional use permit to operate a landscape contracting service. The context is that to the east, there's a Walgreens. To the north, there's a commercial, strip commercial center. To the south, you've got St. Peter's Hall Road, St. Peter's Parkway, I'm sorry, and 364. There is a residence to the west, but there's only about 80 feet of contiguous frontage with that residential property. So the property owners and the applicants are proposing to address land use impacts by installing a landscape berm along that residential property. CUPs are evaluated based on the criteria outlined in the county staff memorandum in your packet, in your digital packet. The Planning and Zoning Commission, following a public hearing, they voted that the county council approve this request by a vote of 8 in favor and 0 for denial. Planning and Zoning Division likewise recommends approval as application conforms to the county's CUP criteria in section 405, 510.b of the county code. And I do believe Bax Engineering is here tonight to represent the case.
All right. Does anyone on the council have a question for Mr. Myers at this point? Seeing none, the applicant may approach.
Do you solemnly swear that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Good evening. Jeff Simmons with Bax Engineering, 221 Point West Boulevard, St. Charles. Robert did a great job explaining what the project is about. It's a landscaping contract business. The only thing I would have to add is Planning and Zoning did add a number of stipulations, conditions to the project. We do not have any objection to any of those.
Okay. Anyone have any questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing none, we will now open this up to public comment. Any individual supporting or opposing this application is now invited to share their comments with the council. Council staff will call forward one at a time, and each speaker that has submitted a speaker card. Upon the conclusion of the individual comments, please remain at the podium for any follow-up questions from the council or staff. We encourage you to keep your comments to 3 minutes, and should another speaker have shared the same information already, feel free to come forward and say ditto, and the record will reflect that you share that opinion that's already been stated. Okay.
This is where we need anyone who wants to speak on conditional use permit, the bill number 5199, that they all come forward and hand the card to the clerk.
Okay, anyone that wishes to comment on this particular one, hand the card to Claire.
Do you have a card? Okay. You can get sworn in right here.
Do you solemnly swear that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you very much, members of council. My name is Arnie A.C. Dienoff, County Public Advocate. This particular landscape business is in an industrial area off of 94 in Central School Road. The only thing that I don't see as conditions that I'd like the council to add as conditions are that they put some type of landscape buffer around the property, that they put a site-proof fence so that the public doesn't see their equipment or any of their storage areas. I also like a condition that we don't allow the accumulation of unworking vehicles or vehicles that are not operating or derelict within a certain period of time. That they store no outdoor chemicals, no pesticides on the outdoor, that they don't do any maintenance outdoors, and those are my conditions that I'd like to make sure that are in this conditional use permit. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thanks, sir. Does the council have any questions for the speaker? Okay, seeing none. Does the applicant have any questions for the speaker? Yes.
We do not.
We do not. Thank you, sir. All right. Are there any other speakers on bill number 5199? Any discussion amongst council on bill number 5199? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. We now move on to the second conditional use permit, which is bill number 5200.
Bill number 5200, requested by Michael Hurlbert, sponsored by Joe Brazel, an ordinance granting conditional use permit CUP 23-08 for a storage yard for recreational vehicles, boats, trailers, and trucks to GHKS Investments LLC property owners.
Okay, Mr. Myers.
Yes. I don't need to be sworn in again?
No.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. As mentioned, this is another conditional use permit request, separate than the past one. Unlike the last request, there are two items on your agenda that are related. Right now, we're talking about a conditional use permit. Later on the agenda, there is a rezoning request from agricultural district to commercial district that would support this application. So you've got two different considerations that are related but separate. So this particular outdoor storage yard will be up for 274 automobiles, boats, trucks, and recreational vehicles on 12 acres. They're proposing landscape buffers on 3 sides. And then along Highway N, they're proposing evergreens in order to help buffer that front screening. The entire site would be encircled by a security fence. The gate would be set back far enough from Highway N such that trucks pulling boats could pull fully off of Highway N and not cause a traffic safety hazard. Conditional use permits are evaluated under the criteria as mentioned under section 405, 510B of the county code. And the Planning and Zoning Commission, after holding a public hearing on June 21st, recommended 2 in favor and 4 in denial for this conditional use permit application.
Okay. Does anyone on the council have any questions for Mr. Myers?
I do.
Okay. Yes. Mr. Brazel.
Robert,
Yes.
this backs up to, is it close to that other storage unit that's in that vicinity there?
It is. It's about, it's the exact distance is in the staff report, but it's about a half mile, I suppose, west of those other storage units that would be located more at the highway, intersection of Highway Z and N.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions? Want to introduce the applicant for us?
Sure, if Sterling Engineering has a representative tonight.
Do you solemnly swear that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Good evening. My name is Mike Birding. I'm with Sterling Engineering, and we're located at 5055 Baumgartner in St. Louis, 63129. We're here tonight on behalf of the GHKS Investments LLC to request the conditional use permit, which would allow the development and construction of an outdoor storage yard. And it's very typical of the storage yards that are on Highway Z. There's 2 of them there, and if you look, those are very well used by the public. One of the things why we're looking at this for outdoor storage is because there's no sewers in the area, and we're not proposing any type of structure that would require a sewer, and we're not extending water to the site either. The site will be secured with a perimeter security fence around the parking area. The site will be lighted and have shielding to prevent light pollution to the neighboring properties. And the gate will have a keypad to allow entry at 24 hours a day and access to the parking area. One thing I wanted to point out was mentioned earlier about the relative distance from the intersection of Highway Z and N to this site. And it's correct, it's about a quarter of a mile, but the actual areas that are zoned similar to what this is, C2, is within 630 feet according to the county mapping. That's existing zoning and also the proposed zoning in 2030. But this site is bounded on the eastern side with a property that is currently zoned R3B, which is a high-density use, allowed use, that's 20 units to the acre. So it's been stated before that this is a large lot area. To the west, further on Highway N, yes, that's correct, with a commercial hub planned at Wilmer Road and Highway N. But we're within 630 feet of the corner, C2 zoning. Sorry. But I think the zoning's proper for the area. It'll be the first-class facility, and we look forward to your approval and try to answer any questions you may have, and then hopefully we can answer those to your satisfaction tonight. But then we're looking forward to the rezoning to a C2.
Okay. Does anyone on the council have any questions for the applicant? Yes, Mr. Brass.
Yes, sir. On the front, is that a berm? It shows the trees, but this is a small print. Is that a berm, a raised berm?
No, it's an area that will be just graded at a slope to the highway. The evergreens there, the idea is to plant those on a 15-foot interval, staggered, but not to lose their leaves and be a year-round buffer.
Well, isn't Keevan's right around the corner? Didn't we make him put a berm there with more trees?
I'm unaware.
I think we did. So can we look at that to see?
We can look at that.
Put a berm and then put more trees. It shows a big gap on that. I don't know if that's just because there's writing in there or there's actually a gap of trees, but I like to be consistently staggered with the pine trees.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay. Seeing none, we will move to public comment. And again, any of those that would like to speak on this particular issue, please give your card to Claire and be sworn in. Mr. D.
If you want to speak, you can come up.
Yeah.
Do you solemnly swear that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Hi, my name is Rose Zook, and since we're not looking at any paperwork that you are with maps and pictures, exactly where is this being put? I know you said N and Z. Is it past Walgreens? Is it going to Perry Cape Boulevard? Where?
Mr. Myers, would you like to give us the exact particular position of the request?
Proposed location is on Highway N, basically about halfway between Highway Z and Buckner Road. I'm sorry, apologize. Basically halfway between Highway Z and Wilmer Road, and it's on the part of Highway N that's proposed to be relocated south along Buckner Road.
Okay. Does it help you, ma'am?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Would you like to speak? Okay, thank you.
We're good to go? Yes. Okay. Thank you very much, members of the council. My name is Arnie C. A.C. Dinoff, County Public Advocate. And I'm going to be a no on this one, and for the reasons that I'll go through here really quickly. First of all, we pay a professional staff probably over $2 million in salary and benefits. And they're professional staff. They're professionally trained, and our staff has recommended, and you can read in the report, denial. And I have to support the staff for the reasons that they stated. They stated it very concise and very professionally. This is not the place for a storage facility. This is a major thoroughfare. This is our prime real estate. This is our economic engine and our economic divider. Our economic driver is our major state and county highways. This is a bad use of rezoning. This is a high visibility parcel that is not in the best and good use of the land. And I reference our county comprehensive land use and zoning plan. Storage lots shall not be on major thoroughfares and major highways. They should be on secondary roads behind industrial buildings or shopping centers, not in front of prime real estate. We shouldn't be investing in this type of storage facilities without requiring permanent surfaces. Currently, the proposal is to have a gravel driveway. And in my opinion, this is spot zoning. And so this is inconsistent with our land use and comprehensive plan. And I'm totally against the spot zoning. It doesn't go with the particulars of the adjoining neighborhoods. The vote of the Planning and Zoning Commission in, I believe, June 14th, I don't know the exact date, was 2 yes, 4 against. I'm against this conditional use permit and ask the council to vote no. If you would be inclined to vote yes, I would instill in the council that you do the same as we do with most storage facilities and require a type 3 landscape barrier. And this will protect adjoining property owners. But if you look at it from the large view, this is spot zoning. This is not the place. This is a high visibility parcel, and it just gives our county a bad name and says that we're a storage mecca of the Midwest. And I would ask that you deny this conditional use permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this particular speaker? See none. Okay. Thank you. Does the applicant have any questions for this particular speaker and would come forward and does anyone on the council have any other questions for the applicant? Thank you, sir. Right. Does anyone on the council have any comments on this particular CUP? Okay. We move on to the third conditional use permit, which is Bill number 5201.
Bill number 5201, requested by Michael Hurlbert, sponsored by Joe Brazel, an ordinance granting conditional use permit CUP 23-09 for housing units in the R1E district on lots 60 feet wide and with side yards 6 feet in width to Mary E. Blankenship, Ted L. Googe, Laura J. Roosh, Gail A. Wilmus, Joan M. Grelly, and Richard F. Gooch, property owners, and Payne Family Homes, LLC applicant.
Mr. Myers.
This is a conditional use permit application. Later on your agenda, there is a rezoning application that's related for the same property. The property is located on Summers Road, basically across from Liberty High School. And the tract is, the application is to rezone the tract to A agricultural district, R1E single family residential district. Along with that, they submitted a request to modify the lot widths and also the side yard setbacks. They're not asking for any smaller lots. They're not asking for any smaller homes, but instead they're asking for some flexibility in the lot widths and side yard setbacks. And it's for the reasons that are stated in the staff memorandum that's part of your packet. The reasons are provided. In essence, they're looking to provide some amenities such as a larger tree preservation area and a pond with a walking trail, and they feel like that this flexibility in design will allow them to do so. Conditional use permits, again, are evaluated under the criteria of section 405.510B of the county code. And the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended 7 in favor and 1 denial for this conditional use permit. Planning and Zoning Division likewise recommends approval.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Meyer? Okay. Yes.
Mr. Robert, on the plot plan, do we approve the plan on this? Because the concern on the developer is, there's a couple things, is there's a stub road they're requiring, but it's just a big loop. It doesn't benefit the subdivision, and they're not, I don't think it hits the criteria to have them put in that stub road. Are you, is this where we remove this from the plot plan, or what?
Well, the preliminary plat, the Planning and Zoning Commission on June 21st, they considered the preliminary plat. They considered specifically the question on whether a stub street should be required to the property line, and they approved it without that stub street. Now, obviously, that approval, that plat, is contingent upon the rezoning and the conditional use permit.
Okay, so with that being said, I didn't agree with the stub road, but I don't agree with this subdivision because, again, in our county, we have all this explosive growth, and we're cramming all these houses in. And I know the dilemma here. The dilemma is if the county council doesn't pass it, the chances are very high that O'Fallon will just annex it. But I cannot support this because of they're just cramming so many houses in, and it's just getting worse and worse. Our traffic in this county and everything else. So I just can't support it. It just does, I'm against the principles of it. But I will say this too. The person who lives next door, Leroy, Dick Herber, he was asking if we can we require a privacy fence in? I think he might have spoke about this. Do you guys know what I'm talking about?
There was some discussion, actually some comment during the public input portion at the public hearing about a privacy fence, but the next door neighbor said that that was an issue between them and the developer. That's the way it was presented at the Planning and Zoning Commission. My understanding is that conditions can be imposed which are rationally linked to what's being requested and have to be proportional. So if you feel like, I'm thinking if you feel like that the narrower lots are somehow linked to a fence and need to be screened, then you could consider that. That's my thought.
Well, from what I understand, the subdivision that's up the road, or that's up a little bit, did put a white fence up. I guess Leroy, he's here, but he can explain it maybe later or whatever. We can address it at the next meeting, but he was asking if this developer would put a fence up as well. So I guess we'll talk about it, but he's got a agricultural ground and he doesn't want to look at all them houses, which I completely understand. So we can talk about that.
Well, we can ask the applicant here in just a second. Okay. Would you like to introduce here comes the applicant right here.
Voles Engineering, David Voles.
Do you solemnly swear that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. My name is David Voles. I'm with Voles Engineering, and our offices are at 10849 Indian Head, 63132. And Jeff Tooley from Payne Family Homes is here as well, and they are the owner under contract. So I read the staff report, and I listened to Robert, and I agree with what he had said, and I agree with his conclusions, but I want to just highlight a couple things. On June 21st, we did have a hearing before the Planning Commission, and we were requesting three things. We requested a rezoning from A to R1E. We also requested this conditional use permit to allow a little bit of flexibility. And the last thing was the preliminary plat for the 45 homes. So we're proposing 45 homes on the 14.8 acres, and the Planning Commission approved all three of those items. So the conditional use permit in particular, the only things that we're asking for is a reduction from 7-foot side yards to 6-foot side yards, and the lot width from 70 feet to 6 feet. The minimum lot size in the R1E is 7,000, and our average lot size is going to be 8,700. So we're significantly above. So we're not doing this for lot sizes. We're just doing it to allow some flexibility. It allows us to have a better common ground area. It allows us to have a better lake and trails around there. So it just helps the development. Some of the specific questions that you were asking, the fence. Typically, when you're doing a project like this, you're not going to put a privacy fence around it. I think at the other end, where you're talking about that piece of property on the north, I think the difference is there's a house right there. Mr. Dickerber's house is not very close to where we are, and there's a lake to the north of us, so I don't think that a privacy fence is going to provide any more privacy. But in that other case, there really is a separate house on a different piece of property that's right next to that piece of property to the north. So we don't really think a fence would be necessary. And as far as the density goes, this project meets the comprehensive plan, which says 4 units per acre. We're at 3.1 units per acre. And it's actually less dense than most of the developments that are around us on Summers Road and through the entire area around there. So our density is actually slightly lower than what some of the newer projects are that are on Summers Road. So, and with that, I could talk about the site plan if you'd like, or I can do that later, but again, we're proposing 45 lots. There is a lake on the southern end and a trail around it. 24% of our site is going to be common area. There is a creek that runs along the south line, and some of it goes under our property, and then it goes off to the south of us. And this county requires a 25-foot buffer from the top of bank, and we're actually close to 50 feet, so we're providing a little bit extra, and that's one of the reasons we like to have the variance, or the conditional use permit. The lake is about a half-acre lake, and again, our entrance really is directly across from Liberty High School. The drainage, I saw a lot of letters come in, and so let me just explain that real quick. Some letters in the packet. The drainage all goes from the north towards the south. So if you can picture our site, our detention basin's on the southern, right in the middle of our site on the south end. So all the water that's on our property, the plan is to take that water through our detention basin, hold the water, and then release it at no greater rate than it currently releases for a variety of storms. And we do that in order to do a couple things. One, it provides water quality. It filters out the contaminants in it, and it also silt and things like that. And then it also provides detention so that we're not flooding the people downstream. So that all the on-site water is going to go through that detention basin. And I hope that addresses some of the concerns that I read about. And with that, I'll answer any questions.
Does council have any questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing none, we now will invite public comment for bill number 5201. If you come forward and get sworn in by Claire, we will welcome you.
Do you solemnly swear that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Welcome.
Leroy Dickerber, 2280 Summers Road, right up the hill. I asked him for a privacy fence between me and him. And the stump street, I was going to leave that up to you guys. I thought it was good at times, and sometimes it ain't. I was wanting to stay there, maybe, but don't know for sure now. I know every one of them. The gals just great people. So I'm not trying to stop anything. But if you don't think, I don't like houses that close. If I happen to sell mine, I'll leave it wider. I'll do it myself. I'll make sure something a little bit better than what I've been seeing around, you know. So, and I did go to O'Fallon two months, some days ago, for the same thing. He went to O'Fallon with this, with trying to get zoned, and I asked Dave Woods out there, is this in the city of O'Fallon? Oh yeah, it's 15% continuous or something, because I'm in the county, so they ain't on my side. So, and then next minute, we're down here at the county, planning and zoning. So, that's about all I got to say.
Thanks, sir. Any questions for? Okay, seeing none, are there any other speakers for this particular?
Leroy, did they put that fence that's up there, is that a division from the last subdivision? Is that on your property, the one that you're? They put a Belmont Landing, that fence is 4 inches on that. McBride said, okay, we'll put the fence. But they put it for your protection of your house, right, to give you some privacy? Yeah. And this would just continue that fence line down, correct? We have another neighbor behind me with 3 acres. They should have a letter there from them. So about it. The point is, all it would do is continue the fence. It's in the same line, and that's what he asked for, but we can talk about that. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, any other speakers on 5201?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of council, Arnie C. A.C. Dinoff, County Public Advocate. I'm not against this development in particular, but you really need to look after the neighbor, and you have to look at the entire neighborhood as a whole. This neighborhood is very growing. This region of 364 and Highway N to Highway Z is inundated with housing developments. We have slated right now approximately 3,000 to 4,000 new homes that have already been approved between the cities of Lake St. Louis, the city of O'Fallon, the city of Wentzville, and the unincorporated part of the county. This part of the county is our growth. And if you go there in the mornings and the afternoons and watch the traffic at Summers and 364, it backs on to 364, about sometimes up to a half a mile. And if you look at Highway N, it backs up westbound in the mornings. And then the same thing occurs the opposite in the afternoons. 148 homes is going to probably create on possibly 300 additional students. And so once again, I ask, where are our partner letters? Where's the Wentzville School District letter? I don't see that part of the packet. If you look at Discovery Ridge, which is the elementary school on Summers Road, they are full to capacity. As a matter of fact, you can call the superintendent or call anybody at the school district and they would probably tell you that that Discovery Ridge is full to capacity. So where are these new children going to go to school? Frontier Middle School on Missouri High Double D, full to, it's nearing full to capacity. And Liberty High School is also nearing to capacity. As you all know, the Wentzville School District just last summer in August opened up its 4th high school. And where are the other letters for transportation of the school buses to make sure that we have the proper turning radius for school buses and for the Wentzville Fire Protection District fire ladder trucks and emergency apparatus? Where is the letter from Duckett Creek Sanitary District that they could take the additional sewage and treat it properly? As you all know, they just sold the bonds to build a 4th sewage plant. That won't be online for about another 2 years. And there's other subdivisions that are being held up because they won't be able to handle the sewage capacity at present. Where's the letter from Public Water District, Public Supply Water District number 2 of St. Charles County? I see no letter, and that brings up a point that I'd like council to look at it and talk to your director of planning to make it a requirement that we work better with our partners to make sure that the services can be provided to these subdivisions. When it comes to the required substreet of the adjoining large parcel, I believe that it's needed to help alleviate some of the traffic on Summers Road, and especially with the backups of the 3 schools that are within that neighborhood. The substreet will allow for further development of the additional parcel and is only the smart thing to do. As a matter of fact, the Cottleville Fire Protection District, which is just east of here, requires any subdivision of more than 100 homes that they must have 2 separate entrances for public safety requirements. I'm opposed to reducing the side setbacks from 7 to 6 feet. Deals with public safety. You know, in some places of the county, we have a 5-foot setback, and if there's a fire, there's going to be a problem. There was a fire in the city of Wentzville about a month and a half ago, and not only did it burn the family's home of a new construction that was constructed within about 2 or 3 years, but it also burned the home of the residents to the right and the residents to the left because of a 5 to 6 foot setback. So I would encourage us to have some type of civility and some type of setbacks to ensure public safety of our families in St. Charles County. And I'm opposed to reducing the minimum lot requirements. It only makes sense that there's a frontage of the properties and not to reduce that from 70 foot to 60 foot wide. And so I'm for the subdivision, but we really need to work out that we don't give free passes here. We don't give reductions in sizes. As a matter of fact, I don't think it's the obligation of the county or the county council to vote on that. I think that that would have to go to the County Zoning Board of Appeals to ask for a reduction in frontage of the width of the parcel size and the setbacks. For those reasons, I ask that you make sure that the adjoining property of Mr. Dick Kerber is that he doesn't lose any revenue and he doesn't lose his substreet, and then also that the fence line goes down the property line to ensure his property and that his property values are not impacted. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker? Okay. Are there any questions for the applicant? Any further questions? Yes, Snyder.
I didn't write this down when you told me, but how many houses are you proposing to build?
Yeah. Again, I'm David Voles, and there's 45, not 148. There's 45 homes on this site.
45 homes?
Yes,
Okay.
not 148. A couple other things I would respond to is along the lots that we put along the north property line. Mr. Dick Kerber originally saw a plan where we had a 20-foot buffer along there, and what we did was we eliminated the 20-foot buffer just for, it was going to be a common ground buffer, and we actually added it into the lots. So those lots are 25 foot deeper, or 20 foot deeper than they typically would be. I think those lots are 135 foot deep instead of 125, which is throughout the rest of the development. And rather than put the buffer, that's what we chose to do. And the last thing I'd say about the privacy fence again is the other fence is on the northern side of Mr. Dick Kerber's property. And there's two homes up there, his home and a home owned by somebody else, and they're fairly close to that northern property line. We are several hundred feet to the south of that, and with a lake in between us. So I don't think that that fence is going to be necessary for privacy, because we're pretty far away from where the actual houses are. And you can see that if you look at the aerial. So, thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right. Next up for the conditional use permit is Bill number 5202.
Bill number 5202, requested by Michael Herbert, sponsored by Joe Brazel and Mike Elam, an ordinance granting conditional use permit CUP 23-07 for housing units in the R1E district with a minimum lot width of 60 feet and a minimum side yard setback of 6 feet to Tall Tree Farm LP and Canine Country Kennel and Farm LLC property owners.
Mr. Myers.
Good evening. This application, similar to the last one we heard, there's two different linked applications on tonight's agenda. Right now, we're talking about a conditional use permit. There's also a rezoning case later on the agenda. The rezoning case is from agricultural district to R1E, single-family residential district, with floodway and floodway fringe overlay zoning. But at the moment, we're here to talk about the conditional use permit. So KM Investment Group is proposing a development called Tall Tree. Originally, it was to have 556 residential lots, if I remember correctly. Now it's proposing to have 452 lots instead. So the Planning and Zoning Commission at their June 21st meeting reviewed an application for both the rezoning and the conditional use permit. And after they reviewed and made a recommendation, the applicants introduced or revised their application. So what we have on tonight's meeting is a revised application, including a revised conditional use permit. So what's different between the two applications? I'll cover that briefly. First and foremost, one of the parcels at the very southwest corner has been eliminated from consideration. So instead of 11 parcels, there's 10. About 58 acres next to Bromlesick Park has now been removed from the application for both the rezoning and the conditional use permit. And so instead of the original acreage, it's now a little less than 300 acres. So to get to the conditional use permit request specifically, the application is not to request any lots that are smaller than 7,000 square feet, And the application is not to request any smaller homes, but instead the application is to include 138 lots which are 60 to 70 feet wide. And as you'll recall, typically in this district, 70 feet is the standard minimum lot size, or lot width, I should say. Also, they're requesting 240 lots with 6-foot side yard building setbacks. The locations of these lots, which would be narrower and with reduced side yard setbacks, are all in what I would call the northern portion, north of Darden Creek and closer to Frontier Middle School. So all of the lots they're proposing south of Darden Creek, closer to Bromlesick Park, those would be the standard lot sizes. That's what's being proposed. The reasons for requesting this application are detailed in the written staff report, but essentially, Tall Tree is looking to offer single-family housing options to suit multiple phases of life. Everything from, as the developer explains it, starter homes to zero-step homes where people can age in place. And so as part of that, there's different floor plans, there's different options for garages, and that is the reason they're requesting this flexibility, is to allow this flexibility for these different styles of homes. That's according to the applicant. And you can review what's called the colored exhibit that's in your packet, and it's now at the end of your packet is that revised color exhibit. It's part of Exhibit C. So Exhibit C is the revised application. At their June 21st meeting, the Planning and Zoning Commission held a public hearing, and following closing the public hearing, they recommended 3 in favor and 5 for denial on the original Tall Tree conditional use permit application. As always, the criteria for conditional use permits is in section 405.510B of the county's code.
Is there any questions for Mr. Myers from council?
I got a question.
Mr. Brazel.
Robert, what's the master plan calling out for this, not the whole thing, but just this particular area? Just
Sure.
the CUP area?
Okay. The master plan consideration really comes into account on the rezoning application, but for the area that we're talking about, the master plan for the subject CUP area, it calls for future low density residential 1 to 4 dwellings per acre.
So where are we? This is all put together as one. It says 1.57, but that's the whole subdivision. So what is this particular area? What is it? What's the sum number per homes per acre?
Well, the number that I have is that the development overall is 298 acres, and I know it's about 1.5 dwellings per acre overall.
On the CUP piece?
The CUP area in the north, they're proposing minimum lot sizes of 7,000 square feet, which is, when you add in street right-of-way, common ground, etc., it never works out to the density that is potential when you look at lot sizes.
Well, 1 to 4 homes per acre, it would be 44,000 or so square feet, and then of course you got to take the roads out, but it'd be over 10,000 square foot lots, right? Or 10,000, isn't that right? If it's 1 to 4.
Well, we look at it in terms of the lot yield overall. So the project overall has a lot yield of about 1.5 dwellings per acre, because it includes a lot of common ground. About 1/3 of the overall development will be common ground, protection of floodway fringe, and tree preservation.
What's the square footage of these houses on the CUP?
The applicant could answer those questions.
Okay, that's fine.
Any other questions for Mr. Myers?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Yes, Mr.
So,
Baker.
Robert, we've talked about this a few times, but give me annexation is the big thing that I'm hung up on. And in your opinion, do you feel that this property is able to annex as a whole eventually, however they do it, whether it's by piecemeal or not? Do you feel that this could annex into City of O'Fallon?
County staff doesn't take any sort of opinion on annexation. And also, I would say that, as far as we know, no annexation petition has been submitted.
No, I realize that. I'm just saying, I know we had talked about this, and you had said that they could follow a similar step that the Harvest development followed to annex into the city of O'Fallon. Could they follow a similar step and annex this property into the city of O'Fallon?
They would have to follow the annexation law under the state. So there's probably 2 or 3 ways that it could potentially happen. But again, it's so speculative because no application for petition has been submitted as far as I'm aware.
Any other questions for Mr. Meyer? Okay. Will the applicant please come forward?
So, can Rory, you mind speaking about the annexation?
We're not on the zoning yet. It doesn't matter.
Well,
this
still,
is a
it's
CUP.
part of the overall development. So.
Well, we're not there yet. We're on a CUP.
Mr. Goss, are you? Come forward, please.
Do you solemnly swear that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. The logistics of this is getting a little tougher. Mr. Chairman, members of the council, my name is Brad Goss, 120 South Central, Suite 700, St. Louis, Missouri 63105. I'm here tonight representing KM Investment Group 4 LLC. With me tonight is Sean White of CBB Transportation and Jeff Simmons of Bax Engineering. Bax Engineering is providing the engineering for this project, and CBB is providing the traffic analysis. We are requesting a rezoning approval from agricultural to R1E. That is on your agenda for later tonight. And we're requesting a conditional use permit to vary some lot widths and some side yard setbacks in the development. We are not asking for a CUP to reduce any lot sizes below the required minimum of the county code. So we're similar to the prior application that you heard in that regard. I do want to spend a little bit of time going through the proposal just to give some context because I do think that will be helpful. Fire it up. Thank you. So initially, the property is shaded in gray on the slide that's before you. It's 298 acres. As Robert said, it was originally 356 acres, so it's much smaller. There are 2 property owners, Tall Tree Farms LP and K9 County Kennels Farms LLC. We are west of Frontier Middle School, which is on the far right-hand side of the screen, and it's labeled. And then we're south of a number of subdivisions that are developed in O'Fallon that are shown in green on the slide. Those subdivisions are generally all denser than the project that we are proposing. They range from Harvest with 4.35 units per acre, Summerlin with 3.4 units per acre, Preston Woods 2.8 units per acre, Fox Haven 2.3 units per acre, and on down. Tall Tree is proposing a density of 1.57 units per acre. So other than Amberley, we're the lowest of all of those proposed subdivisions that you see on your screen. I do want to talk about the changes that we are proposing with the plan. They're significant. Following the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing, we have removed 57, almost 58 acres from the development that's in the southwest corner by Bromlesick Park. This did reduce the overall development size from 356 acres to 298 acres. It removed 87 lots from the development. So our total lot count is 469 lots. There are 17 lots that are, or 15 lots that are contingent. They may never be developed, but we showed them on the plan, which is why Robert gave you a 452 number, and ours is slightly higher. We're just, for completeness sake, we're showing them. So there's a 15% reduction from the 556 lots that we had originally proposed. The overall density has essentially remained the same. It's 1.57 lots per acre for the overall project. Our common area has slightly increased. It's 107 acres, which is 36% of the project. And our tree preservation area is 76 acres out of a total of 141 wooded acres. So 54% of the wooded acreage on the site is being preserved. It's far in excess of what the county requires. We also increased our minimum lot size, and we removed the request to reducing lot sizes to below the 7,000 square foot size. Our conditional use permit significantly no longer applies to the southern portion of the project. All of the side yards in the south have been increased to 7 feet side yards, which meets the county requirement. And the lot widths have also been increased. They changed from 75 feet to 77 feet and 87 feet to 89 feet. The number of lots in the southeast area was also slightly reduced by 4 lots, so now we have 200 lots in the southernmost area. We also increased the side yards in the 60-foot lots, 60-foot front lots, which is the smallest lot in the development, to 7 feet as opposed to 6 feet. So we're not using the CUP for those lots in terms of side yard setbacks. And then we also revised our south entrance location to comply with requests from the Wentzville Fire Protection District. We do have an approval letter from the Wentzville Fire Protection District for the development. We have met with both school districts, both the Francis Howell School District. They do have capacity for the anticipated students with this project. We also met with the Wentzville School District, and the developer is working with them to find a location, Highway N, which is in their target area for an additional school. The summary of the lot sizes then are, we start with the 7,500 square foot lot as the smallest. We go up to 12,015 square feet in lot sizes. Our average lot size, however, is in excess of even our minimum largest lot size, as our average lot size is around 14,226 square feet. You can see each of those lots will be for a different type of home. As Robert had earlier indicated, the builders will be putting different housing products on each of those lots. So we'll be marketing to folks just starting out, to those who are looking for a home with 0 elevation and no steps, as kind of the last home, if you will. And then anything in between for people who are moving up in their home size, as well as empty nesters. Just to give you a little closer up view of the development, to give you context, on the left-hand side of the screen is the southern portion of the development. Those are the larger lots in the development. We have 2 entrances to that side of the development as required by the Wentzville Fire Protection District. We do have larger lots there. We're creating 3 lakes on that site, and we are entirely on the east side of Highway Double D. On the right-hand side of your screen are the lots in the middle and northern portion of the development. There are basically 3 sections to that development, and what you can see as you move up Double D towards Frontier Middle School is that's where the lots become smaller and closer together, because you're closer to the school, and that's more where you're likely to have folks starting out or folks that are going to have students. And as you move down Double D, the lot sizes increase. So with respect to the changes in the lots, the middle 2 sets of lots, the 8,000, 9,000 square foot minimum lots, there's no change. With the smallest lot that has the 60-foot fronts, 7,500 square foot lot, those have now been increased. So that's a 7-foot side yard setback. The larger lots, we increased the size of those, as I indicated, both in terms of front footage and in terms of overall area. And the depth of those lots is 135 feet in average depth. I do want to talk briefly about annexation, very briefly, because the developer does not plan to annex into O'Fallon, has no desire to, but this question keeps coming up, so I do want to address it. There are two ways in which this property could be annexed into the city of O'Fallon. through either Section 71.012, which has no minimum contiguity requirement at all, and 71.014, which has a requirement that the property being annexed be compact and contiguous. Either one of those statutes could be used to annex the property into O'Fallon. And as you can see on this slide, on the left-hand side is the development called Harvest, which is at Hopewell. That property was annexed into O'Fallon under using Section 71.012. You can see it has one very, very narrow point of connection to O'Fallon, and yet they are able to annex it. It doesn't meet any 15% requirement. In contrast to that, Tall Tree has 3 points of connection with O'Fallon, and the annexation would not be nearly so strained, and we would be able to meet the requirements of either statute. To give you an idea of what it looks like when property is annexed into O'Fallon, here's the Harvest development. This started in the county. The county didn't approve it. And so they annexed into O'Fallon, and the density of that development is 4.35 units per acre on 205 acres. The lot sizes range from 20 feet in width to 52 feet in width. We don't have lots anywhere near that small in Tall Tree. Another development in O'Fallon, Streets of Caledonia, Phase 4. This is also a project that started in the county, ultimately went to O'Fallon, and there again, much denser. You have density of 5.89 units per acre. The tree preservation in this development is extremely large in size, but is about 20 acres. So virtually they clear-cut the entire development. That is not the approach that we're taking with Tall Tree. So I want to talk about the master plan. As I think all of the council knows, the master plan is a guide. It's not the zoning code. It is merely a guide. So we refer to it, but we're not bound by it. However, when you look at the master plan, I think it's important to consider the master plan as a whole, not to isolate on just one particular part of the master plan. And when you do consider the master plan as a whole, I think what you'll see is that our project does meet the requirements of the master plan. On the slide in front of you, the project is outlined in blue. What you can see in the bright yellow is the area that is under the master plan, calling for 1 to 4 units per acre. The pale yellow area at the very bottom, the master plan calls for less than 1 unit per acre. So 87% of Tall Tree is in the 1 to 4 units per acre category under the master plan. 13% is in the very low density of less than 1 unit per acre. Now, when the master plan was created, there was a focus on what they called the urban service area boundary. And what the planners were doing was looking at where could you get utilities, because where you can get utilities is where the development should be more intense. And so they drew lines on the county showing where that urban service area was located. And that line does run through our development. It's basically the boundary line for the bright yellow. However, things have changed. That urban service area boundary was created back in about 2006 with the master plan at that time. You've updated the master plan, but you've never changed the urban service area boundary. Duckett Creek, as we've heard earlier tonight, and we all know, is building another sewer treatment plant on Highway N. That sewer treatment plant will serve 18,000 acres of land. It opens up all of Highway D, all of Highway Double D, all of Highway Z to development. On the picture to the right is that 18,000 acres. It's shown in kind of an orange color. The circle in red at the far northeast corner of that, that's where Tall Tree is located. So we're easily within the proximity of having sanitary sewers provided for us. The master plan also gives some direction in terms of natural resources. It advises that a developer should prudently manage floodplain development and preserve riparian corridors. With respect to land use, it advises that we should coordinate zoning for land uses where utilities and infrastructure can be provided, which is my point about the fact that sanitary sewers are available for this entire site, and in fact, water is available as well through Public Water District Number 2. We actually are going to improve water service in that area because we're going to connect Public Water Services lines, Public Water District Number 2's lines from Summers Road and Dyer Road, making that connection, which will improve the fire flows in that area for all the residents of that area. But the utilities and infrastructure are there. We're supposed to time the development to coordinate with the provision of these public utilities. As you will see in our phasing plan, the first homes won't be occupied until 2026. By that time, the Ducker Creek plant will already be online. So we are coordinating our development with the advent of public utilities serving the site. We are encouraged to develop this site with natural vegetation. When you look at our development, that's what we've done by preserving 107 acres of common ground, 54% of our woodlands. And I'll show you a slide later on that shows how we laid that out to effectively accomplish that. And then we're also connecting we're supposed to connect parks in the county. We are no longer developing the Bromelsick piece, so we're not putting a path on Schwede because that's not part of our project, but we are preserving the property, the path to the west, which is the gravel road that's there. We're keeping that in place over to Brown Park. So when we evaluate the project plan as a whole, the plan avoids development of riparian corridors and floodplain as directed by the master plan. We're preserving 107 acres of common area. That's 36% of the site, far in excess of what the county requires. Our tree preservation on the site is 54% of the site, of the wooded land on the site, excuse me. County would require us to preserve 25%. So twice as much of the woodlands are being preserved. So natural preservation, we're accomplishing that in accordance with the master plan. The Ducky Creek service area now extends the urban service area south on Highway D and Double D, as I mentioned, as well as Z. And so we have utilities serving the entire site, and those utilities will come online at the appropriate time. Our overall density is 1.57 units per acre, well within the 1 to 4 units per acre that the master plan density calls for, over 87% of our site. It's the avoidance of the floodplain causes a slightly higher density in the rural residential area because we're preserving that area and leaving it alone. Our lots become larger as you move down Highway Double D, which is appropriate in accordance with the master plan. We are connecting the Public Water District Number 2 water lines and improving fire flows in the area. And as I mentioned, we are keeping the gravel road east to Bromelsick in place. So talk specifically about the conditional use permit. We are asking for the conditional use permit so that we can vary the lot sizes, provide different housing types, as I had mentioned earlier. I've drawn a line on the plan, as you can see in the middle of the plan, because the conditional use permit does not apply to the southern portion of our project. It only applies to the middle and northern portions of the project. And again, all we are asking for is to adjust side yard setbacks on some of the lots, not all of the lots, and that we adjust our front foot width on 2 sets of lots. Again, the point being is to create housing diversity. Just to summarize that pictorially, to make it pretty easy, the red and blue lots, we're adjusting the width of those, so a 60-foot front lot and a 64-foot front lot. And then the blue and purple lots, it's the side yard setback that's being adjusted to a 6-foot side yard as opposed to 7-foot. And then nothing is being adjusted with the yellow or orange lots, which are the largest lots, and we're not developing the Bromelsick area. So the conditional use permit does give criteria for approval, which we do comply with. We are directed by the code to not create a detrimental impact upon public health, safety, or welfare. In fact, this plan does not do that. We are providing better fire flow in the area as a consequence of this plan, so we're improving the conditions of public safety in that regard. We are obviously using the utilities that are available and not depriving anyone of any utilities that would impair their development of their property. There are absolutely no building code or fire code issues with this project. Wentzville Fire Protection District has sent a letter approving the project. And further, we're supporting one of the goals of the county, which is housing diversity, by providing different types of housing. And again, the conditional use permit is what's allowing us to accomplish that. Secondly, we are directed not to injure the use and enjoyment of other people's property. So when we look at the conditional use permit and the impact that it has on the development, it's generally internal, because it's people who are going to be living in the development. In the northern portion of the development, it's their neighbors and themselves who are going to have the slightly smaller side yard and have an adjusted lot width. It's not going to be external to the development. And so it's not going to really have an impact externally to the development. And the narrower lots, again, are concentrated in the north. They are not down in the south part of the development. We're also not to injure the aesthetic or scenic value of the area. There are 14 additional lots that are being obtained through this conditional use permit. Out of the 469 lots, 14 additional lots are obtained. So the conditional use permit is not having a tremendous impact upon the number of lots that we are obtaining. We are not impacting Bromelsick Park. The conditional use permit will have no effect on Bromelsick Park, and in fact, we've withdrawn our development for Bromelsick because there are concerns raised about the observatory and other impacts on Bromelsick. And then again, we're also preserving the common area that will be managed by a homeowners association and the wooded areas I spoke of. We are not supposed to substantially diminish property values in the area. The staff opined on that and said there's no evidence to show that we're going to diminish property values in the area. And the price range of our homes will range from $375,000 up to over $1 million. So I think that compares favorably to homes in the area. Finally, we're not to impede the normal and orderly development of the surrounding property. First, we do conform to the master plan. And the CUP, by putting that in place, it doesn't cause us to no longer comply with the master plan. It has no impact on the master plan compliance at all. Secondly, by approving this development, we do allow for the continued development of 3 and 5 acre lots south of us because O'Fallon can no longer annex the property. That's what this provides. And so we would submit that we, in fact, are consistent with the requirements for the conditional use permit. We have submitted a preliminary plat to the county, a revised preliminary plat, which the county staff has already given us comments on, which is in line with what I've previously presented to you. If this conditional use permit and the rezoning is approved, we will go back to the commission with that plat for their consideration. So in terms of the project overview and phasing of the project, phase 1, which is north of Highway Double D, that development will begin in 2024 and go through 2025. The first home won't be available for occupancy until 2026, so over 2.5 years from now. Phase 1B is on the southern part of the project, the most southern part, and those are homes that Lombardo will be building. That project also will start development in 2024, go through 2025. First home won't be occupied till 2026, but in that case, the build-out is a 5-year build-out, so it's fairly lengthy. Phase 2, which is in the middle of the project, development doesn't start in that until 2025, goes through 2026. First home won't be occupied until 2027, and with a build-out of 2 years. And finally, phase 3, which is south of Highway Double D, but in the northern part of the project, That development also would begin in 2025, go through 2026. First occupancy not till 2028. So what you're looking at is from 2024 to 2030. It's kind of the range of time that this project will take place. So you're not going to have a flood of homes instantly occurring in this area. Finally, in terms of green space, as I mentioned earlier, the development principle of this project has been to preserve as much as possible the green space on the site and to not touch the riparian corridors of the floodplains, which we've accomplished with this plan, and that's what's shown on the slide in front of you. Now, when we do that, what essentially happens is you create like a cluster development. We end up with a cluster in the north, a cluster in the middle, and a cluster in the south. And that zoning classification, that concept, is something that your zoning code does provide for. Elevations of the homes, just to quickly run through them. You have homes being built by Fisher and Lombardo homes that are starter homes, empty nester homes. You have homes for those moving up and those looking for a zero elevation, no steps, all on one level type of home. And those are all the different kinds of homes, just some of the elevations that are going to be presented if this project is approved. At this point, I'd like to turn it over to Shauna White, CBB, so that she can discuss traffic.
Do you solemnly swear that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Good evening, Chairman, member of the council. My name is Shawn White. I am a 12,400 Olive Boulevard, St. Louis 63140. I'm an associate with CBB Transportation Engineers and Planners with over 25 years of experience in traffic engineering. And as a professional, it's my responsibility to provide an unbiased study based on the data collected in the analyses. As traffic engineers, our role is to assume a project's going to be approved. So if it's built and successful, most new developments will generate more traffic, which will have some level of impact. So a traffic study determines the current operating conditions, projects the future operating conditions, and compares the two to determine the level of impact. If the impacts are large or detrimental, mitigating measures are investigated. Ultimately, the traffic study recommends improvements that will allow the proposed development to be accommodated. For example, what's needed to make the traffic work if the project is approved. There's been extensive coordination with both St. Louis County and MoDOT throughout this study process. CBB and the development team met with the county and MoDOT at the start of the study process to determine the required scope of work for the traffic study. For example, what intersections should be included, the analysis scenarios, the growth assumptions, and that scope of work and the study methodology itself was directed by MoDOT and the county. We also provided the county and the MoDOT a technical memo summarizing all of our base assumptions regarding the site and getting their approval on that prior to moving forward with the analyses. The traffic study was then submitted to the county and MoDOT for their review on May 1st. This just depicts the study intersections along Highway DD from Summers down to Schwady Road. As depicted, and it's a little hard to see in this, but as you can see, the development will be served via several new drives on Highway DD at locations C, E, G, and H on this map before you. Traffic volumes were collected in March of 2023. Those were collected from 6:30 to 9 a.m. and then from 2 to 6 p.m. in the afternoon, when schools were in session. The study evaluated several different scenarios. The 2027 base conditions included all of the area approved developments, Harvest, Autumn Hollow, Shady Creek, the Shady Creek Addition, Amberley, Wesley. All of the traffic from those developments are included in the base scenario, along with the planned signal at Frontier Middle School and the future roundabout at Highway DD and Deer Road. The 2027 build condition basically just adds the traffic from the proposed development with Tall Tree to that base scenario and reevaluates operations. And then we also evaluated 20-year no-build and build conditions, assuming 20 years of background growth. Kind of fast forwarding through the traffic study to the results, essentially left turn lanes are recommended at all of the site drives on Highway DD, as well as a right turn lane up at the northernmost intersection at location C. And this just kind of depicts what that might look like. So, I mean, I'm sure everyone here is probably familiar with Highway DD at Frontier Middle School. I mean, it has the separate left and right turn lanes. So that's just kind of an example of what would be provided at the study intersections. There's continued ongoing studies going on in the Highway DD corridor. St. Charles County is extending Lake St. Louis Boulevard down to what will eventually be a new roundabout at Highway DD and Deer Road. Additionally, the county has initiated a traffic safety and operations study of the Highway DD corridor to determine the feasibility of various roadway improvement concepts and to improve safety and operations along the corridor. And it's important to note, as was mentioned previously, there will be no owner-occupied homes until at least 2026, with the build-out occurring over about a 5-year period, so there's plenty of time to coordinate the planned roadway improvements. And based on our discussions with the county, they're optimistic that with additional development in the area, the desired roadway improvements along Highway DD will receive funding from East-West Gateway. This just kind of depicts some of just, like we talked about, there's a lot of growth in the area going on, and in conjunction with that, there's a lot of roadway improvements in the area going on. You know, the Deer Road reconstruction project, the Summers Road widening project, the extension of Lake St. Louis Boulevard, the intersection of Lake St. Louis Boulevard, Deer Road, and Highway DD, the Hopewell and Highway N intersection, the Hopewell Road improvements. MoDOT has a study going on Highway N corridor to make improvements along the corridor. So there's a lot going with the development. There's also a lot of improvements going on in the area to accommodate that. So with that, I know I was brief, but I'm happy to answer specific questions.
I got some questions. Are we asking questions now?
Yes, Mr.
I got some questions.
Mr. Brazel.
You said that 2026 is when you suspect that there may be some road improvements. Is that what you said? You said based on optimistic on funding? That doesn't mean we have funding. That means you're optimistic on funding?
Right. That, again, just in our initial discussions with the county, with staff, they were under the impression that they would have the roundabout and the funding for that by that time.
So how many cars does the average house have?
As far as trip generation, or as far as
What does the average house have? 3 cars, 2 cars, 4 cars?
I mean, I couldn't answer that. I mean, I can say with IT's trip generation for.
I can't hear. What's going on behind me? I can't hear.
Okay, folks. Okay, please. Everyone will get their chance to speak. Please allow the speaker to answer the question that Mr. Brazel asked.
What I'm trying to ask you is this, is these traffic studies or whatever, but how many cars, what is the average house? How many cars are in the average house?
I can speak to how many they generate. I mean, you know, one home might have 2 cars, one home might have 3. I have 5. I mean, it's
Well, so there's got to be an average. What is the average?
Well, the average number of cars someone owns has nothing to do with what it generates. I'm just going to speak to what I can tell you, which is the ITE trip generation manual, which is the traffic engineer's Bible. That's what every traffic engineer in the country uses to come up with determining how much traffic will a development generate. So in that question, I mean, the average home generates 1 trip in the PM peak hour. That's the average.
But it also has, that doesn't mean only 1 car. So my point is how many cars are you putting on Double D in the next 5-6 years to go down through the Caledonia Circle and out to 40? How many cars a day do you predict will be put on Double D?
I mean, if we're talking daily trips, I mean, it's about 4,800 daily trips.
4,800 cars.
That's over a 24-hour period.
Have you been on Double D?
And so the average
Please,
home
folks.
generates
No,
10 trips a day.
You did go out there, right? The Double D, you've been out there?
I've been out there.
Okay, so the two old bridges, especially the one that you come right by Kim Reba's place, are you aware of the condition of that bridge? And when would that be replaced?
I'm not aware of that, no. I would ask staff, they might be aware of that, but yeah, I don't.
Okay. I mean, there's no one with the shoulders, one would it be widening, one with the road, one would it be predicted to be wide? You don't really know. We're just assuming that it's going to be funded by East-West Gateway, maybe.
I mean, the only thing the study assumed as far as a roadway improvement was the planned roundabout at the intersection of DD and Deer. Otherwise, we did not assume any other improvements on Highway DD besides the ones that we're proposing with the development, which are the turn lanes.
So what happens when if you want to say 4,800 cars a day, let's divide that in two and say one's going and then one's coming back. So you got
That's total, so it's
2,400 cars from 7 to 8 or whatever, 9 people going to work or
I feel like
no?
you're taking it out, that's a 24-hour period. So I mean, when we do traffic impact studies, we look at peak hours because the worst times of the day, and generally most of us know that from driving cars, is the morning when everyone goes to work and the evening when everybody's going home. So those are generally your two highest hours of the day. So those are the hours that we analyze. So we collect counts in the morning, we collect counts in the afternoon, and then we analyze all the intersections for those worst case scenarios, and then we assign all of the traffic for the development for that worst case hour and reanalyze everything.
So with this subdivision being built, is there funding in place when it's going to be built for road improvements?
I mean, I'm not aware of that.
She wouldn't know that, Joe.
We did not assume, it doesn't need to be widened to accommodate the development. The development can work fine without the roadway being widened, with the exception of the turn lanes. The turn lanes are needed to facilitate safer turning movements, and those would be provided. Additional through capacity isn't necessary to accommodate this particular development.
All right, Mr. Brazel, any more questions for this particular person?
Not on the traffic study, no.
Not on the traffic, okay. Do we have any questions from anyone on the council for Mr. Goss? Okay.
Oh, for Brent. What was the question?
Any questions for Mr. Goss?
Are we still on the CUP or are we on the zoning? Because we haven't got to the zoning yet.
We should be on the CUP.
Okay, not on the CUP, no. Not on the CUP.
Okay. All right. We will now open it up for public comment. Again, let me read this to you. Any individual supporting or opposing this application is now invited to share their comments. Council staff will call forward one at a time each speaker that has submitted a card. Upon the conclusion of the individual comments, please remain at the podium. We encourage you to keep your comments to 3 minutes, and should another speaker have shared the same information, feel free to come forward and say ditto. If you folks would like to, the people that would like to speak would like to form a line over here, I think we could probably, accomplish this a little bit quicker. Okay, Claire.
Do you solemnly swear that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, sir.
Good evening, Council. My name is William Carrier. I live at 4310 Diana Lane, Wentzville, 63385. I've lived in St. Charles County for 38 years and have owned my 3-acre lot off Wilson Road near Bromelsek Park for 13 years. I've been authorized to speak on behalf of the Lexington Park and Foxwoods HOAs. We strongly oppose KM Investments' proposed developments due to the severe negative impact it will have on St. Charles County finances and the quality of life of the current and future residents along this portion of Highway DD. We are opposed to the conditional use permit proposal as we believe the construction of 469 low to moderate value homes will cost the county far more in infrastructure investments for roads, stormwater management, schools, and other county services that will be funded by their property tax base. It will also create a wildlife dead zone between the critically important bush wildlife area and Bromelsek Park. The proposed minimum distance between the homes that you just heard of in this development is about the distance between 4 of you up there on the dais. That's the minimum distance. So think about that for a while. We also strongly believe that this proposal, in all of its phases, and the future of the 57-acre parcel remains to be seen, in all of its phases should be evaluated solely on its merits or lack thereof, and not what the developer may do in the future with respect to the city of O'Fallon. Annexation can be harder than some people think it is. We realize that this portion of Highway DD will be developed. It's inevitable. However, how do we preserve the rural way of life features as it's developed? We believe the 3-acre lot size strategy that has worked so well for so many years in this area could yield a similar magnitude property tax base while incurring a mere fraction of the proposal's infrastructure expense. As residents with 3-acre lots, we know they preserve the land's unique rural character and minimize the development's impact on natural resources. Thus, it supports the health and well-being of our community and the wildlife that surround us. We ask you to act for the good of St. Charles County, ignore the developer's recent shell game regarding this 57-acre parcel, and reject KM Investments' conditional use proposal. This developer has the knowledge and the resources to develop a design that ensures this area remains a desirable place to live for all residents. Please hold them accountable for such. We also ask you not to deny us, your constituents, the power to litigate against any attempt to annex this land to the city of O'Fallon. Thank you for your service to the community and for your consideration.
Thanks, sir. Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. I'm Tom Regan. I live at 306 Quail Hollow Drive. I was here at the last meeting with about 300 people also. Several dozen were speakers, all except 1 or 2 were negative. One positive was a gentleman who spoke on union jobs. Love unions. The other one, I can't remember. It must have been insignificant. The other comments were overcrowded schools, overcrowded roads, stressed police, fire, ambulance services, destroyed wildlife habitat, high-density housing at 7 homes per acre or 6 homes per acre. And I remember thinking it was 300 people showed up saying no, and 1 paid lawyer saying yes. And his only positive comment was that a sewer plant was being built on Hopewell Road. Seriously? Build a sewer plant? They will come? And I'm thinking, this is straight up in your face democracy. 300 people showing up and speaking negatively about a project. And here we are tonight voting on the same issue, more or less. We're still entertaining KM Investments to ruin our neighborhood. I thought we were all hearing the same music. 55 years ago in high school, some of you are all that old too, we studied democracy in high school. Looked nothing like this debacle whatsoever. The Mid-Rivers News quotes, after the meeting, Mr. Goss gave an interview via the telephone, and Mr. Goss says, I quote, "I believe our plan complies with the master plan of St. Charles County and therefore should be approved. That plan is high-density residential. The St. Charles County 2030 master plan recommends low-density rural residential land use." That's 180 degrees, Mr. Goss. Mr. Goss goes on to say, and I quote, "While I appreciate the concerns raised at the meeting, I believe they are misplaced," end quote. Sir, you will have the opportunity to replace our misplaced concerns with positive notes and tell us exactly how this high-density residential development will enhance our daily lives. Because 300 people at the last meeting, and these people here at the same meeting have the same thing to say. The article goes on to quote Mr. Tim Baker, District 7. He says, you heard Mr. Goss say it, if we vote this down, they're going to the city of O'Fallon. We have no choice. The city of O'Fallon doesn't care about the county master plan, or the O'Fallon doesn't care about the master plan, and they'll build higher density. You threatened us last meeting with annexation by O'Fallon. We said, yes, do it, send us to O'Fallon. Yet here we are again tonight. You are not following your own St. Charles County 2030 master plan recommendation. As far as O'Fallon building higher density subdivision, you're proposing 6 houses per acre. How do we get much denser than 6 or 7 houses per acre in an area that's zoned low residential density? From the beginning, this project did not pass the sniff or smell test. And right about now, the smell is increasing to a very strong odor. Not a good look for the commission when 300 people show up and the will is ignored. As far as sending this debacle to O'Fallon Mayor Bill Hennessy, who's done a fine job in O'Fallon and it's voted or suggested the best place to live, he's an intelligent individual, probably too intelligent to touch this with a 10-foot pole. It smells bad and it looks worse. Of the 356 acres, only 1/3 is useless. Useless. It's floodplain. No permanent structure will go on that and a whole bunch of other restrictions. So all the sugar coating, all the 1.56 color pictures, I don't care if there's 1 acre that has high density housing. That's high density housing. Pretty likely about 200 acres or something very close to that is going to be bulldozed. Every tree, every bush, every blade of grass, every animal and every insect will die or be crushed. The earth will be browned and subject to erosion. Please follow your St. Charles County 2030 master plan that everybody paid for and you all endorsed. We're not asking you to change it. We're asking you to abide by your 2030 master plan. I'd like to further recommend that this gets rezoned to RR Rural Residential District, 5-acre minimum lot size to preserve this area. If you can't make money on 5 acres, you're in the wrong business, gentlemen. Doing so will eliminate any future waste of all of our time and energy. Gentlemen, that's all I have. Nettie, I didn't go home in handcuffs.
Thank you, sir. Next up.
Do you solemnly swear that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Leaving. Before I speak. My name's Helen Proctor II. I live at number 2 Chabanel Drive. I happen to be Betty and Jack Bromelsick's niece, just if that helps you know who I am. I will also tell you that they got chased out of Olivet, where they had their first farm. They got chased out of Chesterfield, where they had their second farm, and they settled at Bromelsick, which was Chabanel 2, they called it, which was Spring Lake Farm originally. Thank God Jack did what he did, which was donate, for the most part, the farm, which is now the park. Thank you, Joe, for talking with him and convincing him to do that. And I say that because I see the value. I used to watch cows, now I watch people, which is quite fun because I live right by the park. It's my backyard. And I come home every day. I used to come home every day and drive down the hill off of Highway 40. And I'd watch the temperature gauge on the air temperature on the gauge on my car, and it would drop 5 degrees immediately because of all the trees and all the open air and everything else. It doesn't do that anymore because of all the development that's already there. I can't wait to see what it's going to do now, especially if all of this goes through. And I know I said a little bit about this when I spoke before, but it's quite interesting. Oh, the sewers, we're getting the sewers. What great progress. I don't consider that progress. And I don't consider that, oh, now we have sewers, we can put all these houses together. Because what you're missing, absolutely missing, about 3, 5, whatever acres we have, isn't because we have a septic tank. Oh boy, we have a septic tank. It's a way of life. It's a way of life that goes with that 3+ acres because we have to have a septic tank. There's so much more to it than a stupid sewer. And that you can't take away by giving me a sewer and taking away a septic tank and putting our houses together. You're ruining that, and you're devaluing all of our lives. All of our lives. If you could do this and you put these houses together, 6 foot, whatever they're wanting, it's devaluing and affecting each and every one of us that are already here, that moved here and built here with the faith that we would be able to have this life, which my uncle and aunt got chased out of twice. I don't want to get chased out. I also live on a well. I have a well. I love my well. What if we put in all these houses and make all that water get drawn up into PWSW2, and my well suddenly doesn't provide enough water anymore, or all of these other people's wells? Are they going to pay for that if I have to go deeper? No, they're not considering that, are they? So they're tearing down all these trees to build all these houses. Are you going to require them to plant trees in the yards of these houses to replace some of those trees? I might suggest that. Also, and I hope you all will help me quietly, civilly, anyone that travels on Highway DD, let me start over. I'm a numbers person, and I wish I had the statistics because I would throw them out right now. But I am a numbers person, and I think you'll get the point. Anyone that travels on Highway DD, please quietly stand up. Now, I'm standing also. There are statistics, and I know it's out there, but they're proposing turn lanes that are going to help us. But I know there's a figure out there. They won't do anything until a certain number of us die. Then they'll say, oh, we got to do something to this road. Okay, those of you that are up there making these decisions, please put a mental red X on however many of us that's going to take. Might be one of you also. Which ones of us are you going to put a red X on? Because we're not going to be here. If you allow this development to go through before you build the roads, not after. That's all I have to say.
Do you solemnly swear that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Good evening. My name is Eric Fields. I live at 11 Wild Turkey Run. Myself and my neighbor in front of me, his name is Mike Wittich. We are the two residences that border the easternmost part of this development. We are straight across from Frontier Middle School. Sadly, I only have 3 minutes in which to address a 35-minute presentation on stuff related to the development, so I'll try to get through as much as I can as quickly as possible. On a personal front, this plan will destroy all of the land to my direct west. Currently, in the winter, once the trees drop their leaves, myself and my neighbor, we look at an open field. This is going to just put houses right up to our property lines. Also, there's a proposed, I'm assuming it's a retention pond in the northernmost development that sits on the slope directly above my pond, which is where my geothermal system operates from. This pond would more likely than not interfere with that, as well as my well system and everything else as was previously mentioned. So personally, I'm affected by that. I'm also affected by the traffic. I know there was a comment that the most recent traffic study was done while school was in session. I've been trying to get a hold of the actual dates that this traffic study was conducted in March of this year. And I cannot get anybody to actually tell me the actual days that that was done. It was conducted at the top of my driveway, which is Wild Turkey Run. I was able to pull up some other information from the existing traffic report. And this is in reference to Highway DD. It says the existing 50-foot right-of-way has sufficed as a rural roadway, but is too narrow to adequately serve traffic generated by anticipated development. Shocking. If you read down a couple more sentences, as depicted in the following image, the thoroughfare plan calls for the east-west segment of Highway DD as needing a 120-foot right-of-way width. We're more than doubling the size of DD as it is now. This isn't in the plans. This isn't coming soon. This isn't happening next year. This isn't even being considered. It's listed here. We need to do this if we want to do this development, but there's nothing to do that. That's an insane expansion. That's not adding a lane. That's adding double the roadway. There's also a section on existing traffic volumes for a study that was done on March 7th of 2022. The paperwork that I read it from said it was on a Tuesday. However, March 7th of 2022 was actually a Monday. And wouldn't you know it, Wentzville School District had a late start that day. So if this study was actually conducted on Monday, March 7th, in the morning hours from 6:30 to 9 a.m. on a late start day, guess what's not there on a late start day? There's no traffic for the school between 6:30 a.m. and 9 a.m. if the school starts at 10. Aside from the Double D potential issues, look at Highway N as it is now. The Harvest subdivision hasn't even been completed, hasn't even really been started as far as homes. Highway N traffic is already, everybody knows, Highway N is not ready for the traffic that's already there now. That hasn't been fixed. What's going to happen first? Are we going to fix N first, or are we going to fix Double D first? Are we going to fix Summers first? Are we going to finish Lake St. Louis Boulevard coming through? Are we going to fix Dyer first? There's entirely too much traffic in this small area with roads that are not ready for it, and these developments just keep going in. There's no rhyme or reason to allowing these developments to continue without having the infrastructure in place. As the previous speaker noted, just because there's a sewer system available doesn't mean you change the entire layout of the entire area in the county. This sewer system is coming online eventually, yes. What about all these new developments down N and down Z, and when the Z and N intersection is completed? If this sewer system is already being tapped into developments now, what are we going to have to do then? We're going to have to build another sewer system? Where's that going to go? How are we going to do that? It's also been noted that the water is an issue. How is that going to be addressed? And one last thing I'd like to mention quickly. At the planning and zoning meeting, there was a gentleman that came up here and asked about what was actually good about this kind of a development. And there was a mention that it provided housing for people. And while that might be the intended consequence, when you have homes ranging from $375,000 as your starting point up to $1 million homes, how is that affordable for somebody just trying to buy a house? How is that affordable for somebody who wants to retire and make it their last house? Are they going to be buying $1 million home? Absolutely not. And how are you going to put $1 million home on it? Not one of the current proposed lots is even 1 acre in size. Who's going to put $1 million home on a 6,000 square foot lot? It's completely unrealistic. It's astounding that we have to come to this, that these proposals aren't turned away and you go with the actual current existing plan. That's all everybody's asking. It's zoned for 1 to 4 homes per acre. Just stay with that. And by finagling the numbers on the land you're actually building on versus your total land, to make it seem like it's somehow not that. That's just disingenuous at best and a flat-out lie at worst. Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Good evening. My name is Don Ladwig. I live at 26 Tremaine Court in St. Charles County. I'm opposed to the proposed development, including the latest revisions to the plan that were touched on this evening. I'm going to talk about two basic areas. The first one is light concerns and dark sky interest in the St. Charles County area. We have a real gem out at the Bromwells Lake Astronomy Park, and this development, which is located just west and southwest of the proposed development. I joined the astronomy group 6 years ago, and it's very noticeable how much the dark skies have eroded over the past 6 years, and these developments are much further away than the proposed one is now. This development is going to continue to erode that problem. We've had thousands of families and children come out to the astronomy park, and they've mentioned to me, we've had people from other states, even other countries, and they've commented what a unique asset this is and how really neat that it really is to come out there. This interest is extended to the county libraries, where families and children can literally check out a telescope just like they do a book. So the interest is there. Light pollution not only affects our citizens' views of the sky, but it also is an issue for migratory birds and other animals and insects. Let's continue to make St. Charles County a leader in this area. The second area that I want to talk about is what I call the bargain that homeowners make with the county when they purchase their homes. Many homeowners will seek out the county master plan or something similar to understand what's going to go on in the area that they're looking into, and they rely on those plans when they make those purchases. Everything I've been told about this, at least in the southern area, says that it's a 3 to 5 acre minimum lot size. I have not heard that this evening. And so my next statement, if I'm wrong, I'll retract it. But if I'm not wrong, I will not, and say that the proposed development does not meet the 2030 master plan, as claimed. People in the more rural areas move there because they like the peacefulness, the darkness, the quiet nature. It's called their escape to the country. That's what they want. We understand that plans are modified and changed as time goes on, but this proposal goes well beyond a modification. It's almost like a total rewrite. This type of change is not fair to those people who made their bargain when they purchased their home, now or years ago. This council has been a leader for responsible growth. Let's keep it that way. But what if? The opposition is quite evident. It's clear that the proposed development does not meet the master plan. But the county can still approve it. It's not been voted on. We don't know what's going to happen. In last month's meeting, the developer stated that they were looking into dark sky lighting to help minimize the adverse effects of lights. It required them to make a good faith effort as part of any county approvals. There's many aspects to those recommendations, and it's more than just the type of light, how they're pointed. It also includes when they're on, when they're off, and there's many other factors. It's not a cost-consuming issue. In fact, it's fairly cost-neutral. This includes both lighting by the developer and the homeowners. The developer should put in lighting requirements into their HOA covenants. I can help put these people in touch with people from the International Dark Sky Association as well as the local Missouri chapter to help this become a reality. This is another way that St. Charles County could be, in fact, even a nationwide leader in these efforts. I appreciate your time this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Do you solemnly swear that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. My name is Tony Frisella. I live at 1512 Highway DD in Defiance, about 2 miles, almost exactly, from the south end of this development. and did almost what everybody else says. I would disagree a little bit on the responsible growth in St. Charles County. I know none of it's now not in the county's hand, but when I had the privilege to run for county last year, met with a lot of police officers, a lot. And they're kind of apprehensive to talk to some of the politicians, it seems like, because they didn't really want to talk to me, so I got to talk to them. And one of the things I would always talk to everybody about when I was running is what do they think about all the development going on in St. Charles County, the apartments and all the other developments that are happening. Caledonia is one of the biggest thorns in everybody's side right now. And when I asked them, I said, so are we staffed truly? And I'm asking the frontline guys, I'm not talking to the higher ups. But the front line said, they kind of laughing, like, are you kidding me? We don't have the ranks to keep up with explosive, Joe's words, explosive growth that we have in this county. I look at the March 23rd traffic report study. Statistics don't equal the actual experience on the road. What the woman before spoke about a lot of the people and a lot of deaths that have happened on that road. 94D, double D, if you haven't driven them, you can probably find a handful of crosses any given day. Anybody that knows the hill north of Double D, or north of Darting Creek on Double D, if you've driven in the wintertime with just the slightest bit of snow, you'll find probably 7 cars down below in the ravine. Like to know how that's going to be addressed, because you can't widen a road wide enough to handle that. My wife and my 3 young kids under the age of 9, 7, and 3, pull out on Double D from my driveway every single day, multiple times a day for sports, golf, and all the other things, school. There's a blind curve there, a blind hill. When we pull out, just today, myself, I have to slam on the brakes and pull back in my driveway all the time. So if we're going to be adding 4,800 trips a day to the road, is a plan to level out Double D? Is a plan to straighten out some of the curves? Because there hasn't been any proposals yet. Now, I've told that we've talked to MoDOT and that there's talk of plans, but at the same time, this tall tree project, this didn't just come out of thin air last week. I was told about this over a year ago that this was coming, but there was no details to it. Working on large custom homes for my profession, I know how much time it takes to build and plan a custom home on 1 to 3 acres. We're talking about 300 acres plus here. This has been going on a long time. And so for everybody here speaking tonight, speaking their piece, we get like 6 weeks, 8 weeks before we're voting on this thing. That's going to change all of our lives, the citizens, the people that put you guys all up there. The last thing is all the people, all the constituents in District 3, for sure, they're sick and tired of all the growth. They've got development fatigue. Everybody talked. Even the people that vehemently oppose my right-leaning views, we could agree on the development side of things. We've got apartments in every freaking corner. You telling me we couldn't do anything better than this? And now we're going to destroy what makes St. Charles so beautiful? Are you out of your mind? What are we doing? Again, like William said, yeah, we know it's going to develop. We know it. But let's be smart. South of Darting Creek, I could compromise on 3 acres. I know a lot of people want 5. I could compromise on 3. Most of O'Fallon council members that I've spoke to, they can compromise on the same thing. We've been told to fear O'Fallon, the big scary monster. Well, now, hold on, not now. Well, if we pass it here, we can negotiate it. Sounds like the health care plan. You gotta pass it to find out what's inside. Sorry, can't get on board with that. Last thing is my business is in Defiance for Sella Nursery. We would benefit greatly from a dense development down there. I am willing to put money aside for the community in this area because this development is not right as planned. I'm fine with leaving the money on the table over there. That's fine. But for the people here, the people that we're supposed to represent, this is not okay. So I ask that you guys take a strong moment to think about what everybody's saying tonight, and we're still going to say tonight, because this is going to impact a lot of people, and I think we just kind of get the back end of the stick here. We need to really think about what we're doing down there. Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. My name's Sean Mann. I live at 3809 Rooster Ridge Lane in Defiance, Missouri. Council members, let's be clear. The proposed development is just not inadequate. It proposes negative impacts to the health, the well-being, and financials of St. Charles County constituents. The other side has brought in big, expensive guns to selectively select their data to tell their version of the story. Let's also be clear, there's an old saying, you can put lipstick on a pig, but it's still a pig. Let me also, as I begin, I want to address an elephant in the room. Again, the potential for O'Fallon City annexation. While a possibility, the county council's fear must not dictate the county's decision-making process. Tonight and on July 31st, we must discuss and decide solely on the merits of this current proposal at a county level. Now let's dive into the shortcomings of this development as proposed. First and foremost, converting these properties from rural and low-density zoning to a much higher, basically medium-density zoning, or as Brad would call it over here, cluster development. This would destroy local residential property values. Imagine the consequences of imposing 7,000 square foot lots in an area surrounded by homeowners who invested in 3-acre home sites. This stark contrast in lot sizes would not only disrupt the harmony of the existing neighborhoods, but also undermines the value that residents have worked so hard to build. Council members, would you want your own home value destroyed? Furthermore, the proposal would result in dramatic increases of traffic. I had estimated 2,000 cars. Thank you. They told me almost 5,000 cars a day. That will already further strain the congested, unsafe roads. Deadly Highway Double D, as it's known, is ill-equipped to handle traffic volume. The road studies presented, as we know, are inadequate and require comprehensive review, as conducting studies during school break month, think of private schools here, and also, as we have found out, a late start date, and prior to pink winery season, does not provide an accurate representation of traffic impact. Additionally, we question the source of funding to support such infrastructure projects. Council members, will those funds come from raising taxes on your constituents or deferring public services to other areas of the county? Another critical issue exacerbated by this development is overcrowded schools. The proposal's influx of students will strain our local schools, compromising education and the learning environment for our children. Both the Wentzville and Francis Howell school districts are already stretched thin with staff shortages and inadequate classroom space. There are already more than 2,500 residents already approved or nearing completion in these districts. We have yet to feel the impact of this. We cannot allow another ill-planned, higher density development to further burden our schools and hinder our community's commitment to providing excellent education. Council members, are you comfortable with overcrowded schools or ready to support new higher property taxes for new school construction? Equally concerning is the harm that this development will inflict on our wildlife and natural setting. Our area is blessed with a diverse wildlife and natural habitats, which we have the duty to protect for future generations. The proposed development will destroy these habitats. Council members, are you choosing the moral path to protect our natural setting? Council members, remember you're all elected officials. We, the voters, put our trust in you to act in the best interest of us. If this proposal is approved, it will prove to be an albatross of burden to carry during your election campaigns in the coming years. We, as concerned citizens, will hold all accountable and assure that the consequences of this proposal rest slowly on your shoulders. However, if you choose to vote against this proposal and it manages to move forward at the O'Fallon level, we can't blame you. If you would have listened to your constituents and made every effort to protect their interest. Let us cast off this crutch of cowardice, which is the fear of O'Fallon annexation, and be guided by courage and conviction to demand a proposal that actually contains merit. Join us, your constituents, in this fight. Vote this current proposal down and demand a proposal that adheres to the 2030 Master Zoning Plan detailed requirements, rural residential, 3 acres or more, low density, which is at minimum a 1/4 acre lot. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Do you solemnly swear that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Evening. My name is John Kimsey. I live in St. Charles, but I go out to Brummelstruck on Friday nights just to see the stars, see planets. It is a wonder to go out there with the limited light pollution we get from Chesterfield, but to be able to see planets, solar systems, the Aurora Borealis in most states, the Milky Way. Allowing this project would destroy the best learning tool you guys will ever have. Besides schools, who else is going to teach about space? Gene Roddenberry once said that space is the final frontier. It is, but it also will continue everybody's learning. I invite you guys to come out on a Friday night. Any Friday night, you'll be able to see with your own eyes the stars through the telescopes of the ASIM group, which I'm part of, which is the Astronomical Society of Eastern Missouri. Many of us are actually here tonight. Allowing the project would destroy everything. It would force the wildlife to interact more with the humans, which would cause uncontrollable problems. Possibly more deaths between both wildlife and humans. We all know the coyotes are out there. We can hear them howling at night. But there's beauty. You learn things. One of our members is actually on TikTok teaching people about what we do, about stars, meteors, asteroids. With that community being built, we lose our best interest in our children and our future. I thank you for the time this evening.
Thank you, sir.
Do you solemnly swear that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I'm usually much more prepared than this, but sitting here, I felt I needed to speak on a few things. And I apologize for not being better prepared for everyone. One thing, our developer said they had been talking to Wentzville and Francis Howe about the overcrowded schools and discussing with them where they might want to put another school. Wentzville's superintendent doesn't want it. Does not, and I know that. I don't know about Francis Howe, but I do know the school district is so cramped and overcrowded, and they can't get enough teachers. They're having substitutes that graduate from high school to go in and substitute in a high school classroom. These schools cannot afford anymore. That was one thing, and I really think it's important to know. Widening, let's talk about widening the road. The two-lane road.
Could you move closer to the mic, please?
Let's talk about widening the two-lane road down Highway Double D. At Dyer, not Deer, Dyer Road and Highway DD, people who live there on that corner are here. I've had an accident there. Someone earlier said about going, there's a blind road. Yes, there is, in front of someone's home. And you go down to where those fields are by the bridge that can't support anymore. And the road is very steep. Coming home one night, I get to the top, and I know it's blind. I'm scared to death because the guy behind me, if he's going too fast, won't be able to stop. I had to stop. It was icy, and at the bottom, there's a 4 or 5 car, I can't remember, pileup. So I had to stop. Well, lo and behold, someone plowed into the back of me, and I went off the road. The car was destroyed. The car that hit me flipped over several times. I'm banging on someone's door that should not have to have that happen, but it happens to that couple quite frequently because there's been an accident there, the blind spots. I can't imagine how they're going to widen these roads, which really do need to be widened for the traffic that's there right now. There's no way they would have to blow up a hill on Dyer and Double D in order to put a turnabout in. I don't know how they can do it. I would suggest people who have the power to vote on these things, go drive down those roads. Go any time of the day or night. They're very dangerous roads. The way we teach our children to drive on those roads, that's very scary, but they do. Moving all those homes out there, there's no way the infrastructure can support it. Our firemen, we need firemen. We had volunteer fire departments somewhat, but now we're going to need more firemen. I have an alarm system on my home. It's accidentally gone off. It'll take 25 minutes to get there. What's going to happen with the police department and the sheriff's office? The sheriff is the one, county sheriff usually comes out to our area. It's really frightening, the number of accidents. The number, I just can't understand how anyone thinks the schools, the fire department, the police department, the roads could support the number that they're wanting to put in. Yes, we do know something has to go. I mean, it's growth. We do need to grow, but we need to be very responsible about it. I don't understand all the ins and outs, and I was just hoping to come here and learn more. And when I saw the pictures that the developer was putting up, I was aghast and said, okay, I have to say something. And I apologize for not being better prepared. Our taxes. I'm retired. My taxes went up a lot this year. I actually went and fought them. And they said, okay, we kind of overdid it. We're going to put your taxes up some, but what are they going to, my taxes have probably, I can't imagine what's going to happen. And that's all of us. And I'm one of the small people out there. I'm only on 3.25 acres. So I just wanted to say also, the wildlife and our way of living and our community. There are communities in St. Charles, the city of St. Charles, pockets, and some of you know who you are, and they're very close-knit communities. You allow other people in, but you have this close-knit, and it grows. That's what we have. where we are. We have a very close-knit community. We welcome newcomers. But this kind of growth, I'm afraid that we might lose our way of life. Again, I apologize for not being better prepared. I just I felt I had to say something, especially about the infrastructure, the schools, the developer talking to the schools, and also it's Dyer Road and Double D.
Do you solemnly swear that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. I agree with all the cons. I think we really have a gem out there. The houses are getting nicer and nicer. But the cheaper houses are coming in. I think you're going to ruin a good area. When she talks about the traffic, she doesn't mention things like Highway 40 being blocked off. It'll be blocked off now from K to Wing Haven soon. People will start hitting deers more. There's going to be more accidents on Highway DD. And when they scare you with the thing about annexing with O'Fallon, I've been on Facebook, and O'Fallon now has a Facebook page where they're fighting annexation. So, I don't think anybody should be afraid of getting annexed into O'Fallon. And I'm done. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Do you solemnly swear that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. My name is Greg Abbott. I live at 108 Wesley Manor Drive, and I'm against the tall tree development. And first, I'd like to thank the St. Charles councilman for listening to all of us today. We really do appreciate your thoughts. I lived in O'Fallon for 28 years. 24 years I lived on Mexico Road, kind of in northern O'Fallon. In the last 4 years, I lived in Wesley off Dyer Road. The thing I love most about St. Charles is the people. I mean, we're honest, we're straightforward, and what I fear tonight is some of the data was a little misleading. And I love math, so I just want to talk about my numbers. I want to talk about my numbers and see if it's correct. The biggest concern I have is the lot size. I mean, it was mentioned there's 1.57 homes per acre. What the developer did, and it was pretty intelligent, they took the total area. They took the total homes divided by the total area. That's really not the right way to do it. You can't count lakes, you can't count land you can't develop. I loved your question about, it's just square foot per area. If you had a house on the beach of Florida, you don't say I have a 10-mile frontage into international waters. You have to just count your land. So it really should just be the land. So since I love math, I actually had the data from the last 21st meeting. And there was 556 homes in that exercise, and it was very simple. I took the lot size, put the square foot of each lot, and I made a big spreadsheet with the average. And that came out to be 9,408 square feet, which is 4.6 homes per acre. And what the developer did in this exercise is all the big homes were eliminated. They had 11 larger homes, and that was eliminated. So in my opinion, I don't have the square foot, but I believe the average square foot is even less now. So, yes, it's even less now. The master plan zoning was very clear. It had lot size. I mean, people could talk about 3 acres, they could talk about 5 acres, but it's lot size. It's not, you don't count bush wildlife, you don't count peripherals, it's lot size. So it's very, very simple math. You just take the lot size, average lot size, you do the inverse, and you get the houses per square acre. So when I did that math, it was 4.6, and that's just too high. It wasn't compared to Wesley, it wasn't compared to Avondale. They took developments like Caledonia, which is way farther north. I believe St. Charles is very reasonable people. Some of the big houses that they had in the original plan, I thought was pretty nice. It had 125-foot lots in the front. All 11 of those houses are now gone. So this new plan, in my opinion, is even worse. I believe the data is even worse. And if you look at it, 81% of the houses were small, less than 9,400 square feet, with 75-foot houses. 81% of the houses were small out of this development. It's a lot. Some points that they didn't talk about, we mentioned about the traffic study. Many of these houses, too, border DD. The houses are right on DD. Children are going to play in these backyards. People go to the wineries and flying down DD and lose control. They could actually hit children playing in their backyard. We absolutely must put a buffer. We absolutely must put a buffer. I mean, they mentioned the traffic study. I don't know if it was a coincidence that Wentzville was closed or not, but, who knows? But things do happen. But we must not be afraid of O'Fallon either. I mean, the St. Charles did the right thing, on January 21st. Hopefully he'll do the right thing tonight to oppose it. And we must not be afraid of O'Fallon because I lived in O'Fallon for 28 years. O'Fallon's pretty tough too. Like you, they will do the right thing. In Wesley, some of the beams were made out of pressed wood, and they made the builder put drywall on every ceiling. The developer didn't like it, but O'Fallon was pretty tough. I know for a fact there's another development, they made them put guardrails. So O'Fallon's tough too. St. Charles is tough too to make developers do the right thing. I thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Do you solemnly swear that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. I'm Susan Goris. I live at 37 Hopewell Road. If you look at the history of St. Louis growth, back in the 1920s, possibly even the 1930s, the leadership of the community called Ladue insisted upon bigger lots back all those many years ago. It is still a prized community. So looking at the big picture of sprawl and everything is something we need to consider seriously. The ultimate control of urban sprawl rests in your hands. This area is already 40 miles from downtown St. Louis. Must we keep sprawling ever outward and ruining hundreds and hundreds of green acres to escape developers who themselves would never consider living in their own crowded creations? Who in our county is making sure that there is a balance of rural, more open spaces against compact, urban-like housing? How are we going to achieve balance if we keep gobbling up the green space? We can never get it back. Can anyone here cite one example of a piece of paved-over property that has later been plowed up to restore it back to nature? Probably not. All of us here on a related topic need to write and call our Missouri legislators, and we need to ask our friends and family across the state to do the same with their respective legislators in the Missouri Assembly, to ask the Missouri Assembly to change our annexation laws, particularly to eliminate Missouri Statute 71.012, which means land can be annexed merely by the consent of property owners with no regard for the current homeowners adjacent to it. That's how we got Harvest. Enough said. When is enough sprawl enough?
50 miles from the city, 60 miles. It's impossible to appease developers. Their appetite for our once rural land is endless. And when it's gone, it will be like Yogi Berra famously said, no one goes there anymore because it's too crowded. Thank you.
Ma'am.
Do you solemnly swear that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Absolutely. My name's Therese. I live at 760 Oak Colony. I've been there for over 30 years. So what I would like to bring out is that first, bush wildlife, that's very huge here. And it seems like nobody's really talking about it or trying to defend it, which has been here forever by the Bush family. Second is the traffic, which everybody's already talking about, but dump trucks are very frequent around here with the quarry being right down the road. Each man or woman has 80,000 pounds plus on their truck going down these highways, having trouble enough right now trying to get to these new homes and new developments by doing their job. Accidents are very prone. There's no room for them hardly. And plus, on top of everything with our roads, somehow we have to share the road. When there's hardly no room for us to drive our vehicles on the road, we have to share it with bicyclists, which is causing a big, huge problem out here. They don't respect us as vehicles on our road. And in addition to all the traffic that will be coming out of this subdivision, if it happens, it's just going to be horrible, more horrible, because we are out here for a reason. And to have this invasion come on this side, we're already getting invaded from the other side in Augusta. So it's like us here, everybody's coming at us, crowding us in on what people out here have mainly been here for a lot of years, on acreage, on farmland, for a reason. And for us to just stand by and watch this happen, we just can't do that as a community because it's so hurtful and horrendous to our living, our daily transits. Just to go to the store will be a pain. And these roundabouts, they weren't in our manual on how to drive. Nobody knows the rules on a roundabout. Nobody knows what to do. So what I found up at Caledonia is causing more traffic up there because nobody knows what to do. Nobody told us. They just put it in there. Oh, here are these country folks. They'll just have to deal with it while we're dealing with it. But we're tired of dealing with people thinking that we're just some hicks out here that have no real words about our new future and what's coming at us. And these trucks, all the construction trucks that are going to be in and out, the big rigs, all the equipment, everything it takes to make this, to knock down our trees, to put in the gravel, to make everything happen, that's going to be way out of control, more so than it already is. And then our bush wildlife, nobody's been talking about that. That's huge out here. We have enough deer and animal killings on the road right now with just the traffic that we have, which is mainly people on the weekends and such that don't know the roads. And it's very sad to see that they're more as important as we are to this community. And none of us out here want to just stand there and watch it get shut down from corporate and that. We understand the development. Everybody gets that out here. It has been developed since I've been here. But the development that has happened, they're tucked away. You don't see them. Augusta Shores, that's a nice tuck-away area. It's not in the way of anything. Why can't we just do 60 lots of 5 acres? Everybody's happy, and you get the same tax money, if not more, per household, because it's going to be more expensive houses. To buy 5 acres is more expensive than a 1/4 acre. So if we can just minimize this and talk reasonable, because the people with all the colors and the graphs and everything that we're looking at, they're just gonna go away. They're gonna go away and leave all of us here to deal with their executive decisions, which, like the man before, we didn't even know about this till like 2 months ago, to defend our community, which isn't fair. But I just really hope you take into mind what everybody has said tonight and how all these people that are talking it up are not living out here. They're gonna just go away. They don't care, they're just doing it for money, and we understand that, but the tax money and everything will be just the same if we can minimize it and make everybody just as happy as we are now, with just some compromising and reality building. And thank you, and I just really hope you sincerely just think really deep about this, because it is affecting so much out here. And all of us moved out here to get away from the city, to be less stressed, and everybody almost I talk to in our communities, they're stressed out. They're stressed out, they're not comfortable, they're kind of not freaking out, but we're worried, we don't know what to do, and that's taking away the whole purpose of us being out here, is serenity from the world, from the cities, from everything. Everybody goes home to their little resort. And if we don't have those resorts, then we go, and then it just becomes a bad place all of a sudden, when it's such a beautiful thing. So please, I really thank you for hearing us. And
Thank you, ma'am.
all right, thank you.
Do you solemnly swear that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Just briefly, I've been in trucking for like 42 years, and if you're going to play with the big trucks, you know, on the interstate, they're at most they'll gross 80,000 pounds. You got these dump trucks coming out of quarries. They're probably, I would imagine they're up around 110,000 pounds when they come out of the quarry on these 2 lanes. Now, they're not allowed on the interstates, but they are on our letter roads out there. There really is not any federal regulations. They're not monitored like the over-the-road trucks are. You know, they don't go across the scales like they do with the interstate carriers, because most of them are on surface streets. And because this is a heavy haul zone out here in St. Charles County, as well as St. Louis and City and St. Louis County. What it is they go 22.4 per axle is their weight limit. You know, so you figure, what is that, 44.8 on a tandem, that's 2 axles. On an interstate truck, you're maxed out at 34,000 for a set of tandems. But like I said, these guys, they are heavy. Running an interstate, you can get 300,000-400,000 miles out of brakes and tires. These guys go through tires and brakes every season, if not more often than that. So just be aware, you know, when you're cruising around, you're going to screw with a big truck. Mess with the guys on the interstate. Don't play with these guys with the dump truck, because they will hurt you. That's about all I had to say. But you're going to have a bunch more dump trucks on the road in the area. You know, with this many developments happening. That's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Have a good evening.
Good evening, members of council. My name is Arnie C. A.C. Dinov, County Public Advocate. And at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, there was a topic that came up that was controversial on annexation. That was the subject. And I want to go on the record and make a couple things clear. Mr. Goss represents this client, represents Mia Rose and many other clients on land matters before St. Charles County and the City of O'Fallon. Mr. Goss has meetings with the City of O'Fallon, And Mr. Goss, if you misinterpreted my public testimony on meetings, I was not a party to the meeting of the closed session. I was not present at that meeting. I will retract my allegation on a violation of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 610 of you, Mr. Goss. The point is, secret and closed meetings should not be part of government, either in the city of O'Fallon or St. Charles County. These issues should not happen out of the public's view. Chapter 610, the Open Meetings Act, is there for a purpose, and that's to keep public officials accountable. Mr. Goss, I never stated that you broke the Open Meetings Act. I stated that the city has in the past. You are not an elected official, so therefore you would not know the state law under Chapter 610 of the revised state statutes of Missouri. Getting into the merits of the conditional use permit, growth is of major consideration here. If many of you travel the Midwest, we are not ripe for development in this area right now. If you look at the example put out by the city of Overland Park in Johnson County, Kansas, where they built the roads way out, put the electric, the gas, the underground water and sewer, they're prime and ripe for development. We have not done this in this region. And I would encourage you as elected officials to travel to Johnson County and Overland Park, Kansas to see their setup. Elected officials of the council, we're behind a rock and a hard place, and we have a dilemma before us. It's whether to approve this project with the county with less homes or let them annex to the city of O'Fallon. Now, if they do annex, I know there will be a fight, and there will be a petition to put that ballot measure on either the November or the April ballot. I don't know if enough people will show up to vote or enough people of our community care enough to get involved in land matters, but we shall see. They sent the big guns from Clayton, and so now we have to decide, and hopefully they're willing to compromise and come down to reality. It's a slippery slope. If they annex to O'Fallon, things could be worse. The density of homes could be like Hopewell and the Harvest development. They sent the city engineer to the last Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. I haven't seen him here in attendance this evening. O'Fallon plain unit development would allow up to 15 units per acre. If it was zoned to the city of O'Fallon in residential 1, it would allow up to 10 homes per acre. That's a dilemma and the decision that all 7 of you have to think about, digest, research, understand, and come to some type of vote. But my question is, are we going to preserve any of our beauty in St. Charles County, or are we just going to bulldoze it all away? What about the rolling hills? What about the country life? What about the rural setting? Are we going to be like a St. Louis County, or are we going to be our own destiny and our own people? We need a safe roadway plan. Accidents in front of Frontier Middle School alone are alarming, and I've seen nobody from county staff reach out to our county police chief, our county traffic safety unit, or the Missouri Highway Patrol to get those statistics. There needs to be compromise, and this needs not to be about money. Now, on the conditional use permit, I ask, it was defeated by the Planning and Zoning Commission, 2 yes, 5 no. I ask that you uphold the decision to deny the conditional use permit of allowing a free pass of setbacks, of the variances. There should be no allowance exemption here, and they should have to follow the county codified code and our comprehensive plan like everybody else that develops land in St. Charles County. No frontage maximum lights variance, maximum lot variance. There should be no allowance exemptions. They should abide by our 70-foot frontage of all lots. If they disagree, let them go to the County Board of Zoning Appeals, which is where this issue belongs and is which the law, both state and our county charter, ally the subject in. And those are made up of citizens. So the bottom line is no lot adjustments. They must follow the minimum standards of the county codified code. They're making a huge impact on our county, on the adjoining cities, on the school district, on the fire protection district. And I ask that this county finally step up and have the gumption to negotiate logistical and realistic impact fees. The developer has a responsibility. These developers right here just don't have their hand out and accept the profits, but they have a responsibility to give back to our community and give back to our county. I want this developer to come up and require them to build a new elementary or give funds to build a new elementary school and give the land in this neighborhood, because this development, along with the other development that's on the agenda tonight on Summers Road, is going to require the building of additional elementary school. Don't put it on the backs of the taxpayers behind me, because they're at the ceiling. If you look at your households, you pay 52 to 54% of some tax or fee to the federal, state, county, local, and special districts. So schools need to be a priority here. Roadway safety and lives need to be a priority, especially enhancements, expansion of Missouri Double D, because MoDOT's going to say, guess what? It's not our problem, and we don't have any more money, even though they're raising our gas tax 2.5 cents every year until 2025. There needs to be traffic mitigation, 2 bridge replacements that Mr. Brazel is very aware of and just came through on the Caledonia project. It was discussed. It can't handle any more additional traffic. The developer and Mr. Goss stated this will increase fire protection and water flow and better water district flow of the lines. But I want assurances. He talks a good game and he says a lot of things. But I want assurances, and I want a conditional requirement written on paper in the form of a contract that will guarantee that citizens don't have to pay for these increased services and increased capital improvements. The impact on parks, assurance of amenities of the development, sidewalk connections, bike path connections, and street lighting. Let's get it in writing, and let's get them to guarantee that they will improve this neighborhood and give back to our community. It's called good corporate developer responsibility. We need to negotiate a real and true partnership with these people behind me. And, it needs to be done. And I don't think we've ever done that with developers. They're putting a lot of impact on our community. Like I said, we're between a rock and a hard place with the city of O'Fallon, because it could be a lot worse in terms of how many homes you could have per acre. The bottom line is fairness, what's right for our county, and I ask that you do the right thing.
Thank you, sir. Okay. All right, that concludes the public comments section of the CUP. The council, is there anyone in the council that wishes to discuss this CUP at this time?
We're all probably do.
Okay, seeing none, that will conclude the CUP. Just a reminder that this CUP will not be voted on tonight. It will be voted on July 31st. So consequently, the comments that were cited tonight And I assure you, all of your emails and so on have been.
Excuse me.
Received and.
Chair?
Yes.
Chair, excuse me,
Yes,
sir.
Mr.
I believe that the applicant has the opportunity to cross-examine. Come
Okay.
back up.
I'm sorry for excluding you, Mr. Goss. Come on up.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
If I can we just have a 5-minute break?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Bathroom?
I'm fine with it.
Second with a 5-minute break here, okay? All right. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Want to put that on the clock? call this meeting back to order. I believe the 5-minute recess has eclipsed.
I asked Joe. I'm going to text her.
I was rushing this process a bit, and I omitted the process of the applicant being able to respond to much of the testimony and also make any relevant points that he would like to make. Mr. Goss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My right actually is to cross-examine the witnesses who spoke, each one of them. And you heard the reaction to that. And I can go through that exercise, but I think that doing that will lengthen this night and simply exacerbate what you've heard. I'm going to instead try to correct the record. We stand by our testimony and the evidence that we put into the record. And so I'll go through and I'll try and address things that I took notes on in the interest of time. There was a gentleman at 306 Quail Hollow who stated that we were putting in 6 homes per acre. That is simply false. Our density is 1.57 homes per acre. So that's simply an inaccurate comment. There's a statement made that we're supposed to follow the 2030 master plan. I would point out to you that the staff found that we are following the 2030 master plan. And as one of the speakers noted, you have a professional staff. I think Mr. Dienoff said they are paid millions of dollars and you should follow their direction. There were statements made about the homes that we are planning to build and that the size of the homes, there are opinions given, but we actually hadn't put that evidence into the record. In fact, the homes will start at 1,300 square feet and go up to as much as 5,000 square feet. There was a discussion about the public safety in the area, and what I had said was that fire flow will improve, which is true from my discussions with the Fire Protection District and with Public Water District Number 2, who I spoke with their executive director today. That's how I knew what water lines we're going to connect to and how we're going to improve the water flow in the area. We have agreed to put a dark skies covenant on the property. I do know a little bit about that. I put one in for the Bluffs, and we're going to do that here as well. We appreciate that concern, and we want to try and respond to it. There are a number of comments made that we don't qualify with a master plan. That's simply not true. We do. We comply with the master plan in terms of our density. The vast majority of the land that we are occupying in this project is 1 to 4 houses per acre. We have 1.57 homes per acre. There was a comment made that we aren't like the neighborhood. If you look at the first slide that I presented, I showed you the neighborhoods to the north of us that we abut. Preston Woods, Salmon, Foxhaven, Wingate, all of those subdivisions have greater density than what we're proposing. Our density is in line.
Ma'am,
our density is in line with the master plan. And not only in terms of density, but also in terms of what we're doing with preservation of the property. The master plan directs that we should try as much as possible to preserve property. The county set a standard. 25% is what we're supposed to preserve in terms of woodlands. we're preserving 54%. The common area that we're preserving, far in excess of what the county's requirements are. Again, this is consistent with the master plan. There were comments made about traffic. I would refer you to Sean White for those. I'm not a traffic expert, and so if the council has questions about the traffic and the way we're addressing it, she's the proper person to address it, but I can tell you that per her testimony, she did meet with St. Charles County and with MoDOT. The traffic study was designed in accordance with their direction, and the intersections studied were per their direction, and the methodology was the methodology of every traffic study you ever had presented to this council, which is to look at peak times. That's what you analyze. You don't analyze the trips over 24 hours to come up with the idea of what the traffic is going to be.
Mr. Chairman, can't we,
analyze
hold on a second. The CUP is what's on the right now, and so this doesn't have any, can we move on to the bills here? So, because this is going into this does not have anything to do with CUP. So can we move on to the bills?
He has the right to cross examine or dispute anything that was said during public testimony that we had.
If you cared to have limited their testimony at the time, I wouldn't be having to do this now. I'm sorry. And perhaps the confusion regarding the number of homes per building per acre is arising from a Facebook post that one of the council members posted saying that we were planning to build 4 to 6 homes per acre. I don't know why he posted that. Maybe that's the source of the confusion. We're not.
Brad, that was at the beginning, if that's what you're referring to, and if you take out the lakes and the common ground, it is 4 to 5 homes per acre.
If you take out the common ground and the lakes and you calculate your number of homes per acre, then you're not calculating the homes per acre in the way you calculated them for every development in this county. You're not calculating them the way you calculated for the Bluffs, which you voted for. So you can choose your standard or you can be consistent. I'm choosing to be consistent. With that, I'll close. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Okay, I believe this concludes the CUP. Next on our agenda is a public hearing, and I would like for our highway director, to come up and explain the process for the public hearing on Briargate Drive. Thank you, sir.
What is it?
Okay, so for Briargate Drive. Tongue twister. The new process, if you all remember, we recently updated our traffic regulations. So the new process, there will be a petition for traffic regulations. It'll be reviewed by the Highway Department. Highway Department will approve or deny the request. The approval has to come before the council for a public hearing. After the public hearing, assuming it goes forward, then we would be putting an ordinance together for the next meeting. So tonight would be the public hearing for this particular issue. It was submitted by the Artist Grove HOA. It had 30 petitioners, including petitioners whose frontage is along Briargate Drive where they would lose on-street parking. They were in favor of the no parking zone. Staff do believe that it would be safer having no parking in that area, so staff is supportive of the petition. And if there's anybody here tonight, it's their time to speak. Any questions?
Is there anyone here to speak on the public hearing on the Briargate Drive no parking signs?
Oh, come on, Dana, Jesus.
Mr. Dino.
Mr. Brazel, I'm not rude to you, and I deserve the same respect that
No,
I
you come
respect
talk
you.
every public hearing.
Well, you know what?
You don't even
You
live
might as well
on-
make this a dictatorship of St.
Mr.
Charles County now.
All right,
Unbelievable.
go ahead and speak,
We
sir.
got plenty of time,
Quickly.
just go on, AC, go on.
I just ask for mutual respect, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the professionalism. Arnie C. Dienoff, County Public Advocate. This came up a year ago, and I have a problem because there were a number of residents here that testified, both pro and con in this issue. And so I just want to bring up and make a matter of public record of the meeting minutes, proper notice of public hearing to the residents. If you all recall, this was right there at the corner of Kisker Road and Briargate, and it was a family who had a number of children, and those children all drive. And so there was a problem with the parking in the vehicles in front of other people's residences between there and Kisker Road. So I want to make sure at that meeting, I believe a year ago, if you look at the minutes, I believe there were 7 to 8 to 9 speakers, if I recall. We'll have to go back in the records and find it. But I just want to make sure that the county highway department reached out to those residents who testified a year ago to make sure that they knew this public hearing. So I think it's a good idea. I think it's good public safety, but it really will impact that family there on the corner that has the 5 to 6 children, and I believe they have a number of vehicles. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else to testify on the Briargate no parking sign request? Oh, that's all right. Come on up. We'll give you can take care of the card later.
Hi, I'm Brian Harris.
You don't need to be sworn in.
All right,
on this
great.
one.
So I'm the vice president of the HOA, the Arts Grove HOA, and I'm the one who put together the petition for this. I guess I'd like to maybe direct my comments at the gentleman that just spoke. I honestly don't know who you're talking about.
Sir, if you don't mind.
I don't know who he was speaking about when he was talking about the family with the multiple kids. If that was an issue a year ago, I'm not sure that that family even lives at that residence anymore. So I just wanted to say that. We did speak with, as was mentioned earlier, the people who live on that portion of the street on Briargate, right at the entrance to our subdivision, who have property that would lose the parking. Both of them did sign the petition. I also attempted to speak with as many other people in our subdivision as I could, going all the way back to the back of the subdivision. We have about, I think it's 63 lots, and I was able to collect 33 signatures, so about half of our HOA. So just wanted to share that bit of information with you.
Thanks, sir.
For consideration. Thank you.
All right. That puts an end to the public hearing on Briargate Drive. Next up is public comments. And I'd like to remind you that in order to speak, you must fill out a card. And unlike the previous portion of our meeting, the comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Okay, Claire?
Douglas Teeman.
Patient man right there.
Good evening. My name is Douglas Teeman. My address is 3000 Little Hills Expressway, St. Charles, Missouri. I am here tonight representing Lombardo Homes on Saxony Ridge. With me is Mr. Steve Valentine and Mr. Jeffrey Schreier from Lombardo Homes. We'd be happy to talk about Saxony Ridge and what we're proposing on that 96-acre tract. It's 3-acre lots. We're asking for zoning from A to RR, and this is in accordance with the master plan, and I'll be happy to talk about it as it comes up later on or further right now.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right.
Claire?
William Carrier.
again, Council. Need some WD-40 here. Again, my name is Bill Carrier, 4310 Diana Lane, Wentzville, 63385. I'd like to make public comment regarding the proposed zoning change for the tall tree development. We are opposed, and I speak on behalf of the Lexington Park and Foxwoods HOAs, we are opposed to the developer's zoning change request in a really fundamental way, and that is that any proposed zoning change should have a net benefit for both the property owners and the surrounding community. It has to benefit both. Otherwise, it's a bow to a special interest. This proposal only benefits the developer. There were a lot of facts and figures presented tonight regarding tall tree, and there was never any discussion of how it benefits people. None. It only benefits the developer through their profits. The county at large and the local residents lose both financially and through negative impacts on their quality of life. Adhering to the more restrictive zoning will balance benefits for both the current and future residents of this area. Councilman Ellman has in his blog supported the idea of a smart growth strategy for future development of the county. And you could think about smart growth as a way of balancing the near term with the long term over the stakeholders within the community. I used to teach engineering ethics, and we looked at the idea of smart engineering as being the sum of an engineer's knowledge and their ethics. And some key points to that when somebody is acting smart is they are guided by what is right versus what is solely legal. And they face into facts honestly and don't hide behind obscure metrics and data. And they apply the knowledge for the benefit of all versus just a special interest. And they balance the near term with the long term and realize that today's decisions will have an impact for years to come. These are guiding principles that must be applied not only for your consideration of this proposal, but also by the developer in the critically needed redesign of this development. Thank you, one and all.
Thanks, sir.
Sean Mann.
Thanks, sir.
Tony Frisella. Dan Ladwig.
Okay. Yeah.
John Walker. John Coons.
I'm going to bring up my aunt in a little bit different way. I don't know if you realize this or not, but Betty was probably the first woman soil conservationist in the entire U.S. She happened to live right here. She didn't have a part of making Bromlesick Park, but I'm sure it influenced Jack into doing this. What does this have to do with anything? I've watched all this development, and I'm not criticizing the park on this one, but I did watch it get developed. And I watched Betty's Lake get filled in with silt when they redesigned everything and didn't pay attention to what they were doing when they cleared it. And it had to be drained, it had to be rebuilt, and completely redone, even though it had been there for quite a long time without any troubles. They didn't pay attention to the soil. They didn't pay attention to the erosion. So then I watch all the development going around. I don't know that they're paying attention to any of this, all the soil, all the erosion. I watched what they did at Caledonia. Beautiful hill, torn down, flattened out, clay everywhere now, no topsoil. And now they're saying, oh, we're only going to take down some of the trees, but we're leaving the floodplain alone. Really? Thank you. What else could you do with it but leave it alone? I mean, hello? So now you're going to tear all of this up and expect not to have some additional problems with erosion? All of our good soil is going to wash away. And all this land is going to be affected in many, many ways. And we are all going to be affected by this. Now, what does this have to do with anything? The rest of us have built homes on large areas, impacting the ground very little. We didn't tear up everything. We didn't plow it all down, level it all out. We built within it for the most part. And I know that they can modify this. Again, I say compromise. I know they're not going to compromise to what all of us want, but I know that they can do compromising, and I know they can still make money. It's interesting to me that the people that they send out here all have come from St. Louis. I haven't heard one of them from St. Charles. Send the city people out here and have them develop the property. We don't want St. Louis. We left St. Louis because we wanted this type of a landscape, not St. Louis. I grew up in Frontenac. I know what Frontenac looks like. It's nice, but this is what I want, and this is what we want to keep. So don't scrunch it together, spread it out, compromise, keep the soil, keep the land, keep the wildlife, but you can still make it work, and you can still make your money.
Thank you, ma'am.
Tom Reagan.
Hi, I'm Tom Reagan. I live at 306 Quail Hollow Drive. If y'all don't get it by now, something is really, really wrong. Thank you.
Eric Fields.
Again, my name is Eric Fields. I live at 11 Wild Turkey Run. My comment, again, of course, is addressing the tall trees development. I'm sure you guys have heard plenty. The roads, they're not good. A sewer is not a good enough reason. The schools are too full. The housing development, I know the lawyer over here tried to say that, well, we touch a neighborhood that's big, so we should build a big neighborhood. They also touch a lot of places that aren't big neighborhoods. My property's not a big neighborhood. My neighbor in front of me is not a big neighborhood. Avondale down the road is not a big neighborhood. Each of the individual homes with an address of double D are not a big neighborhood, and we're all impacted by this. All of us. And that's just the people directly touching the subdivision. It's been brought up before. The quarry down the road, everybody that lives in Defiance, everybody that lives on D out towards New Melly, everybody that lives on Dyer Road. The impact of this is not just the local people. We're here, we're presenting our perspective on this, but it's not just us. It's everybody that travels that road. The dump trucks have been brought up repeatedly. If this development is put in and you have 5, 6 stoplights, can you imagine the traffic backing up when a 100,000-pound dump truck is trying to go stoplight to stoplight? Traffic backup's bad now. What are we going to do when there's a dump truck and it takes 8 minutes to travel the 100 yards to the next stoplight and stop again? What are we going to do? We'll ride the road in a few years when the money becomes available. That's not a realistic expectation here. So the bottom line is nobody's opposing this outright. We're simply asking that the county's master plan of 1 home or 4 homes per acre in the northern part is adhered to. And if you broke this down into the individual neighborhoods that this proposal really is, it's very clear that the top two neighborhoods do not meet the master plan in the slightest. The only reason that this number is even reached is you have larger lots in the south. These are clearly 3 different neighborhoods, and the ones in the top just flat out don't meet the numbers that are required by the master plan. So again, everybody here has said their piece. Everybody here from St. Charles County is opposed to this. Everybody from St. Louis is for this. It should be pretty obvious. Thank you.
Greg Abbott.
Yes, Yes, I'm Greg Abbott. I live at 108 Wesley, and I am opposed to the tall tree development. And I do think a compromise could be made. I really do. One thing that we must consider, I mean, we all drove down DD. It has a natural barrier of trees. If we keep just some of those trees, it would protect children that would play in their backyards. So please keep that. It will make DD look beautiful. It would be a nice safety concern. So I know we can make a compromise. Also, we have to look at the lot size. I mean, the lot size, it's simple math. You just take the average lot size, take the number of lots, and you calculate the average area. That's the only way to do it. If you put a cluster of homes here and then have nothing for miles, it would be a cluster of homes. We must look at the lot size. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Therese LaCusa.
Who's that?
And then on bill number 5202, Amy Pulido. Oh, 5205, sorry, on bill number 5205.
Hi, I'm Amy Polito. I am talking about the rezone for number 5205. I am co-owner of 4639 Central School Road. My parents bought this property in 1975 before anything else was around, including the subdivision Hunters Point. The historical aerial picture from 1974 shows how nothing was around my home. You know what was out of character here? A couple hundred homes directly west of my home, which became Hunters Point. My parents did not oppose the Hunters Point development, nor did my parents oppose Kisker Road being built in the 80s or the industrial park across the street from my house. My parents did make sure that the family who lived across the street, that their last wish was followed through and their family cemetery remained while businesses were being built all around it. My parents didn't oppose when the Westermans sold their property so that the MacArthur Court could be built, and my parents did not oppose when the Hardens sold their properties so that Alpine Heights could be developed. My parents welcomed the changes and their new neighbors. My dad loved to garden and would give whatever was in season, such as tomatoes, corn, pumpkins, to our neighbors. My mom would let the neighbor kids come over and jump on the trampoline, swing, and she would make them cookies. My dad passed away in September of 2008, and my mom passed away in February of 2021. Natalie and I have gone back and forth on what to do with the property for the past couple years. The development that is being proposed is something that we both agreed on, and our parents would be happy. They would be elated that the trees that they planted decades ago would remain, and they would also be excited to see this type of a development that encourages interaction and community upon neighbors. They loved helping others and being a part of their community. I think this development is a great idea for anyone who doesn't want to rent and gives people a chance to buy. At the end of the day, it is 2 acres of land in the middle of a melting pot. There are only 3 houses from Hunters Point that back up to my parents' home. This is not taking any of their land or their yards. I've read the opposing letters that have been submitted, and I would like to say this isn't about the money. If that were the case, then we would have gone with the highest bidder, and that would mean apartments. We decided to go with the development that's being presented that honors our parents' wishes and their beliefs and keeps the trees we planted years ago, and I approve this development. Thank you, Amy Polito.
Thank you, ma'am.
And I forgot to give you the areas.
Oh, that's fine. We'll hand them out. Thank you. Claire?
Tim Green.
Thank you.
I'm Tim Green. I'm the applicant for Bill 5205 at the rezoning for 4639 Central School Road. So I can either speak now or during the agenda item. I don't know if you guys have a preference.
Go ahead now.
Okay. So thank you for your time. Just want to make a brief recap of the proposed development. So the sole purpose of this rezoning request is to free up the design constraints and let this parcel realize its intended development potential under its existing zoning. The density we're proposing is actually less than what could theoretically be allowed under its current existing R1E zoning. When you look at that map I handed you there, you see a large mix of land uses. You've got a concrete business directly to the east of it. There's a large industrial park right across the street. There's a school, churches, various commercial, a large townhome complex. I mean, it literally has everything. So what we are proposing certainly is not out of character for the neighborhood. And so the actual concept here, we've heard some feedback and we made some minor changes. We reduced the number of homes from 12 to 10, and we made parking available directly next to each home. I would still like to call it a pocket neighborhood. It's about 10 single-family homes around a shared green space, and that green space is ample enough for a community garden, kids to play, a native plant habitat. The homes are single-story, for sale, owner-occupied. I want to say that again, they're for sale, owner-occupied. There's been some confusion on that. They'd be around 1,200 square feet. They could have basements that would be finished out if they're needing more living space. And we really want to put some key HOA covenants, conditions, and restrictions in there, especially to restrict short-term and long-term rentals. There are mature trees that form a natural property border, and we intend to keep all of those. It's a nice buffer. And there's also a good line of trees that run directly through the middle, and we would want to keep the healthy ones in that green space as well. So tree disturbance should be minimal. The layout does promote just interaction between neighbors, creating a strong sense of community. And I've included some development examples to give you kind of feel for what that would look like. Just briefly on the market there, we're in dire need in this Francis Howell Central market for more single-family housing. I included a graph there that shows the housing supply. Historically, when you look at the residential housing market, 5 to 6 months is a healthy, kind of balanced market with moderate price appreciation. As you can see, just over the last decade, supply has just plummeted. We're currently over just under 1 month supply over the last couple of years, and that's really driving the prices through the roof. So hopefully this development will relieve some of those pressures. Also included is an interesting stat from Economic Development Council. Almost 60%, 57.5% to be exact.
Council Chair, that was 3 minutes.
That's your 3 minutes, sir. Okay. Thank you. Yes.
Tanya Meinhardt.
Hi, thank you for your time. My name is Tanya Meinhardt. I reside at 147 Pebblebrook Lane. I'm a family friend of Mary Ellen Moser and Ray Moser, Amy Moser. I just wanted to take a moment to make a short statement to the council about the family that used to live at 4639 Central School Road. I've known the Moser family for over 25 years. I've spent many a time at the property with them and consider them to be family. Over the years, I've learned a lot about them and their love for their plot of land. They purchased their land at home when there was nothing around them but a vision of gardens, flower beds, and kids playing on swing sets when that was their only desire. Simple dreams. They loved family and friends. If they had those two things, they were content in life. The Moser families were this community before Hunters Point was there. When Hunters Point came knocking at their back door, Ray and Mary Ellen did not go marching down to a zoning committee and complain. Instead, they welcomed their neighbors with open arms. They invited the kids to come play on their swing sets and trampolines, and Ray opened his garden to their new neighbors at harvest. They were giving, gracious people who looked at the subdivision not as a nasty eyesore, but as an opportunity of community, of neighbors. Mary Ellen and Ray loved people. Turning their land into a small subdivision is not something they would sneer at, but something they would love to see. A new community, new kids, new gardens, flower beds, new friends and family. I just wanted to take an opportunity to let you know about the people that used to live there and how much they would love to see new people living on their land. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
And concerning Bill number 5198, Tara Rath. concerning the library, Beth Chamlin. Jose Cardazal.
Close enough.
Close enough.
So do I have to be sworn in for
No,
this?
no,
No,
sir.
sir.
No, sir. You're ready to roll.
All right, so good evening, everyone. My name is Jose Sarmiento Lardizabal. I live on 5th Street, 631 North 5th Street, Apartment 5. That's somewhere over there. I wanted to speak about the library for those of you who are still awake at this late hour. As you know, our library is under attack by a group funded by some mysterious special interests. They've taken to targeting specific individuals who work in the library and the people who are around them, since in 2023, you can't just target specific groups of people anymore. No one's gonna run out the gays, the lesbians, the whatevers, the browns, the blacks from the library. That is no longer socially acceptable. So these people have decided to target one person in Catherine Lindemann Library, heaping upon them numerous false accusations that they were wearing BDSM gear in the library, that they were exposing themselves to children. That is not true. Their true goal is to defund our library system by making everyone scared to go to the library. So I want to invite all of you who care about our library to come to the library trustee meeting on July 18, 2023. It should normally be at the Spencer Library, but they haven't announced the location yet because the last time it happened, hundreds of people showed up and we broke several fire codes. So a lot of you care about our county, you care about nature, you care about space. I hope you care about our library and our school system too. So yeah, please help us save St. Charles County. And that's all. I'm getting tired. I'm going home now to eat.
Thank you, sir.
Emily Winham.
Emily?
Hi, I'm Emily Winham. I'm also talking about the library. I was not able to attend the last couple of meetings, and I want to address some of Rachel Homolak's lies, exaggerations, etc. about the library situation. Rachel spoke at the county council meeting on May 20th, and she said that she arrived at the meeting and was shocked to see a huge crowd of LGBT protesters, the media, and 5 police officers. This isn't true. I was there. The police were not there when Rachel arrived. The police were only called when a group of Rachel supporters started yelling at a librarian and were asked to leave the library, and they did not comply. There were only 3 media outlets. It wasn't as if they were hard to avoid. I avoided them. Rachel said that there weren't any protesting on her side, but people on her side spouted Bible verses at us. They apparently haven't heard of the separation of church and state. In her call to action, Rachel said she didn't see what the employee was wearing because they were sitting behind a desk. When speaking at the June 12th County Council meeting, Rachel miraculously now claims to know that the employee regularly wears a corset, a dress that opens in the front, drawing attention to the crotch, fishnet stockings, and 4-inch stilettos and leather. I find it extremely hard to believe that the employee in question actually wears such an outfit to work. If the employee or any employee, male or female, wore such an outfit to work, someone would have complained before this. And also, it's 2023, there would be pictures. At the last county council meeting, June 26th, Rachel Homolak said that the supporters that spoke at the library trustee meeting were from St. Louis County. I watched the video of the speakers and took a tally of those supporting the employee who said where they lived. 1 person said they were from St. Louis County, 8 said they were from St. Charles, and 23 didn't say. I asked in a group of folks to help me figure out where the supporters who spoke lived, and between the speakers in the group and the speakers who knew people, 19 of those who spoke were confirmed to live in St. Charles County, and only 1 was from St. Louis County. I also asked Jason Kuhl about the numbers, and this was his response. Note, this is for all the papers that were turned in. not the speakers. He said some people didn't indicate their position on the sign-in sheet, but of the ones that I can clearly see fall on support side, 46 people are from St. Charles and 4 are not.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mary Ann Boatright.
I'm Mary Ann Boatright. This is in regard to the Help America Vote Act grant for the Election Authority. Statutes prohibit tampering with voting equipment. Approved electronic system may be used if rules of elected officials are followed. If any modification, vendor shall notify Secretary of State and submit certification amendment. During March 17 public meeting, Director and Deputy Director of Elections stated they cut wires and broke a device in a jack. Director of Elections story changed in an email to local citizens group stating vendor made change January of 21 while performing software upgrade. He said system connects to closed network to perform software and firmware upgrades by manufacturer through trusted source requiring advanced encryption standards preventing internet connection. He stated ProVNV, which is an EAC accredited testing lab, conducted wireless tests and concluded no physical inspection, no evidence of transmission in November of 21. Most disturbingly, there has been little interest from this council to investigate this serious matter and provide proper oversight. Taxpayers expect this body to be good stewards of our hard-earned money. Due to changing stories, lack of proper supporting documentation, and conflicting responses, we need the vendor change order and paid receipt, the change certification amendment to the Secretary of the State, the Pro-V&V recertification, including operational tests ensuring functionality, not just the internet connection, and paid receipt, copy of the service agreement, and detailed explanation of Henry Adkins and Sons charges. Why was testing completed November of 21 for January 21 change, and does this invalidate our certification for April and November elections? If machines not connected to the internet, how do we receive the software and firmware upgrades from manufacturer, and why were wires cut and the device broken in the jack? Provide the January 21 software update details. I respectfully ask this council to exercise oversight with no further funding until investigation determines if laws were violated, contracts breached, certifications and elections invalidated, and if we have legal exposure. Calling for investigation takes courage, but it is the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Arnie Dinoff.
Mr. Dinoff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of council. My name is Arnie C. A.C. Dinoff, County Public Advocate. You know, lobbyists, I bring up lobbyists every meeting, and it's for a purpose, because we don't want to waste our taxpayer monies. We use county administration staff, tie them up for 6 months out of the year. We have 2 lobbyists we pay over $250,000 of our hard-earned money. All additional funding projects for St. Charles County were line item vetoed by the Governor Parson on June 30th. Where is our return on investment from $250,000 from the lobbyists that you hire? What did they do for the payments? I request under Chapter 610 of Mr. Ellman, the county executive, who makes $185,000 plus a Ford Explorer, a pension and medical benefits. I request the end-of-year report from our 2 lobbyists. What did they do to get that $250,000? What did they do for us? Because the governor line item vetoed everything to St. Charles County. I asked my councilman, Matt Swanson, to have some gumption, to advocate and stand up for me, to request the facts and information instead of bowing down to the beck and call of the county councilor and not divulging the information. He has some allegiance to his people who elected him to public office. Now, I have been spearheading and been an advocate to spend $75 million for a brand new corrections facility in O'Fallon on the public safety complex on Tom Ginnever Boulevard. Now you want to hire an architectural firm for $4.5 million just to come up with plans to encompass the kitchen, dock, and substantial abuse mental health housing, and another $800,000 will encompass the direct supervision housing. Why don't we use in-house staff and in-house engineers to get this done rather than wasting $4 million? Lou Fuse, buying of 20 vehicles, which the police chief needs. I'm all for buying the vehicles. Why aren't we buying local right here in St. Charles County rather than crossing the river in Chesterfield and spending close to $900,000 for Ford Explorers instead of buying them from 2 dealerships right here in St. Charles County? It's time that we kept the money here at home, driving our economy, employing our neighbors and our people, instead of supporting other counties and other type bids that are across the state. It makes no sense. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Final speaker.
All right, that concludes public comments. Is there an oral report from the county executive? No, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay, next on the agenda is the bills for final passage. There are 2 of them, beginning with bill number 5197.
Bill number 5197, an ordinance authorizing the county executive to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with the city of Wentzville to quit claim deed a portion of Interstate Drive and its intersection with Hepperman Road over to the city.
Okay, any questions or comments on this particular bill? Seeing none, please call the roll.
An ordinance authorizing the county executive to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with the city of Wentzville to quit claim deed a portion of Interstate Drive and its intersection with Hepperman Road over to the city. Councilmember Swanson?
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Brazel?
Yes.
Councilmember Elam?
Yes.
Councilmember Hollander?
Yes.
Councilmember Hammond?
Yes.
Councilmember Schneider?
Yes.
Councilmember Baker?
Yes.
Okay, bill number 5197 passes. Now we bring up bill number 5198.
Bill number 5198, an ordinance amending the 2023 budget adopted as ordinance 22-087 as amended by appropriating certain funds related to the American Rescue Plan Act.
Questions or comments on this particular bill? Mr. Baker.
Yeah, I had a question. Tara asked me to ask you guys, is this administered, the money, is it administered by the HOA or through the county?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So the money that is set aside in the one paragraph for repairs, the HOA is not a not-profit and wouldn't qualify to be one, so they can only make a recommendation. But the intent is that they would take the applications and make the recommendation to the county as to which homes have suffered from subsidence and are eligible to receive some of that pot of money for repairs.
Reimbursement. Thank you.
Reimbursements.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, please
Mr.
call.
Chairman?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, just very
County
quickly, I want to thank the legal staff and Joanne. They did a lot of work finding a way to put this thing together. And John Greisu did a lot of work with DNR, and it's been a lot of things that took a little while to bring together, but they did, and I just want to thank them for their effort.
I concur. Thank you.
Okay, please call the roll on bill number 5198.
Bill number 5198, an ordinance amending the 2023 budget adopted as ordinance 22-087 as amended by appropriating certain funds related to the American Rescue Plan Act. Councilmember Brazel?
Yes.
Councilmember Elam?
Yes.
Councilmember Hollander?
Yes.
Councilmember Hammond?
Yes.
Councilmember Schneider?
Yes.
Councilmember Baker?
Yes.
Councilmember Swanson?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, bill number 5198 passes. Next up are bills for introduction, beginning with bill number 5203.
Bill number 5203, requested by Michael Hurlbert, sponsored by Joe Brazel, an ordinance amending the zoning district map of the County of St. Charles, Missouri by rezoning land from A, Agricultural District, to C2, General Commercial District, per application RZ 2307.
Questions or comments on this particular bill? Seeing none, we move on to bill number 5204.
Bill number 5204, requested by Michael Hurlbert, sponsored by Joe Brazel, an ordinance amending the zoning district map of the County of St. Charles, Missouri by rezoning land from A, Agricultural District, to RR, Single Family Residential District, per application RZ 23-09.
Questions or comments on 5204? Seeing none, we move on to bill number 5205.
Bill number 5205, requested by Michael Hurlbert, sponsored by Tim Baker, an ordinance amending the zoning district map of the County of St. Charles, Missouri by rezoning land from R1A Single Family Residential District to R3A Medium Density Residential District per application RZ 23-10.
Questions, comments on 5205?
I have a comment.
Yes. Yes, Mr. Baker
I
first.
just want to, there was a lot of the residents in the Hunters Point, there was a lot of opposition to this bill. So I think there was actually more submitted than what I saw from Tall Tree. So I just want to state that.
Okay, Mr. Elam?
I think at the end of the evening of planning and zoning, Mr. Green was the last thing after 6 hours. And I don't know if anybody had any patience to hear what he had to say with anything. I know I probably wouldn't at that point, but I watched the planning and zoning video, all 6 hours of it. I think most of us here did. So we saw everything that you guys said twice now. So repetition sells, I'm told. But I thought that was a rental property because he said multifamily. And when we say multifamily these days, that means apartments to most people. But Mr. Green, I think, reached out to everybody on the council. He walked through this. He took suggestions that we've had. And I think your plan that you submitted, your revised plan, is really good. I appreciate the family showing up and talking about that. And I think it's a much better plan. And I appreciate the effort that you put forward. And thanks for listening to the suggestions.
I concur.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, we move on to Bill number 5206.
Bill number 5206, requested by Michael Herbert, sponsored by Jill Brazel, an ordinance amending the zoning district map of the County of St. Charles, Missouri by rezoning land from A Agricultural District to R1A Single Family Residential District per application RZ 23-08.
Questions or comments on this particular bill? Okay, seeing none, we move on to Bill number 5207.
Bill number 5207, requested by Michael Hurlbert, sponsored by Joe Brazel and Mike Elam, an ordinance amending the zoning district map of the County of St. Charles, Missouri by rezoning land from A Agricultural District to R1E Single Family Residential District per revised application RZ 23-06.
Questions, comments on 5207? Mr.
I got
Brazel.
comments. Unfortunately, we had way too much crammed into this night, and give people a fair opportunity to discuss and stay here for the public hearing. It just dragged on too long. But on this particular subdivision, I am not in favor of it. The lower portion of it is, if there was a map, we would see it, but they talked about it. It's an off yellow, and it should be 3-acre lots. The developer did call me back on March 11th, or text me on March 11th, 2022, and I told him that he said he was going to get a contractor under this property, and he was going to put 4 homes per acre across the creek, and I responded to him that it's across the creek. At that time, I thought it was right when it started across the creek. I said, if you can't get 3, it's got to be 3-acre lots. And he said, well, I can put in sewers, and so I'm going to have sewers, I can put in lift stations. And I said that Ducker Creek doesn't dictate our zoning, so I don't care what Ducker Creek's doing. I said, so there's really nothing else to talk about. And that was a year ago. And so it's back at us. And I do believe the developer has tried to make some decent changes, but it still doesn't conform with the 3-acre lots. And I do realize that there's a threat with O'Fallon, but I'm not sure how real that threat is. I'm not convinced of that because you hear one group of attorneys will tell you one thing, another group of attorneys will tell you another thing. And I do also realize that in our county we have explosive growth. In the last year and a half, we've had 200% increase in apartments, and from 200 to 300 a year to 1,200 a year. Those apartments haven't even been filled yet, so we have no idea what kind of problem that's going to bring with the infrastructure, the school loads, everything else. We have subdivisions on Highway in the southern part that they can't get enough water pressure when they take showers in the morning. So we have water issues in this county. We have infrastructure issues. We have road issues. If you show I got a spreadsheet. Can you put that spreadsheet up on the board? That's a spreadsheet right there it's an estimate from Michelle McBride on taxes. If you can see that, If you look at the very top, the market value of a $328,000 house, and it goes to a $635,000 house, and then it goes to a $918,000 house. Those are just the values of the houses. You look at the taxes that's required from those values. I just picked those three values. The taxes that are going to be taken out of the $918,000 house is $11,655. You go to the $635,000 house is $8,329, and the $328,000 house is $3,100. Without even just looking at all these other taxes, what it's going to cost, this is what we collect from those properties. The school district tax cost per child. Now, keep in mind, by the census in St. Charles County, every house has 1.8 kids per house. That's what the census said. And so, with that 1.8, one child in Francis Howard, Winsfield School District is $17,000 to educate per kid per year. So, a lot of these cities like O'Fallon and Winsfield tote about being the biggest city in the state of Missouri, by God. We're going to grow, grow, grow. We're going to get 100,000 people in O'Fallon, and we're going to get Winsfield. They continue to do these annexations. So there's multiple problems with our annexations because our state statutes are wrong. The state statutes don't benefit any of the people who live in unincorporated county, and the elected officials who run these cities, they don't care what the people in unincorporated county believe because we don't vote on them. So they're going to do whatever the hell they want. And it's always been like that. I've been a councilman a long time here, and O'Fallon tried to annex Bush's Wildlife, if you remember that one years ago. So for anyone to think that O'Fallon's not going to be aggressive with the land mass that they're going to put in, like 4 homes, 5, 6 homes per acre, who knows? It's not going to be what the county's going to do. However, I spoke to the developer multiple times, and he's made some concessions, but in my view, the concessions aren't good enough for this area. They need to have 3-acre lots near the end, as per the master plan. So I do believe if, in fact, they can annex it, this is the best plan we're going to get, but I'm not convinced that O'Fallon is going to be able to annex this. I am simply not convinced of that. I do realize that this group of people in southwest St. Charles County will not, if this county turns it down, O'Fallon will be challenged. There's no question about it. And I've been doing this a long time, and I've been fighting this kind of explosive growth for a long time. And I've never seen so much engagement before. I think people are really tired of it, really tired in this county. Our traffic is worse than it's ever been. Highway 40 is a logjam almost every day. You go around at these intersections, it's crowded. And for these municipal, and I'm sorry, I'm blaming the municipalities because that's the ones who's putting in all these apartments and all these major big subdivisions. It's not us. And so it's a problem because it doesn't benefit anybody who lives in this county. It simply doesn't benefit anybody. It doesn't benefit us. We do not want to be like St. Louis County. We do not want all this explosive growth. And out in southwest St. Charles County, the asset of our area is the beauty of the rural characteristics of our area. That's what makes it so special and so beautiful. And that's an asset. And to tear it down and ruin it, it's just wrong. And so back in 2006, I changed it from a 3-acre minimum to a 5-acre minimum. Some of the other council members, I don't know if there's anybody on this board anymore, but we changed it to 5 acres. But this portion of it, this isn't far enough west. It is a 3-acre minimum. It's not 5 acres, just so everybody understands the master plan. And the master plan is put in place so we can control growth, so we can control infrastructure. That's what it's for. And so it's important that we try to stick to it as much as we can and when we can. And so I understand what the developer is doing, and I don't fault him in any way. But I do feel that this is not the right, at this point, it's not the right subdivision in the right place. And I also believe that our growth in this county is way out of control, way out of control.
Anyone else? Okay.
Yeah, Terry.
Mr. Baker.
Just real quick. I think that one of the comments that was made that the developer is from St. Louis, and I don't believe that is true. The developer is a longtime St. Charles County resident, so I just want to make sure that's cleared up. And I do have to agree with Arnie Dienoff when he says that we've got a tough decision to make with regards to annexation. Because, I mean, that threat, I think, is real. Unless I can get convinced otherwise, I still think that's a viable threat, or viable option, I should say. And I know one lady spoke about her wells possibly drying up. Well, the water that's in the water mains are coming from the down in the bottoms, so has nothing to do with individual wells, and it's not going to have any effect on that. So just want to make that known. So that's my comment. I know we've got 2 weeks till the final vote, and there's a lot of thoughts.
We actually have 3 weeks.
3 weeks, and there's a lot of things that we all have to contemplate and think about before we make this important decision. So.
Any other comments? Mr. Hammond?
Well, I guess I live in O'Fallon, and I know a lot of the city leaders, and I know their biggest thing right now is they want to have a city of 100,000 people to qualify for federal and state funding. They get additional benefits and things from the state and federal government. So there's no doubt in my mind if we deny this, that the city of O'Fallon is going to move to annex this area. If you don't think so, then you got your head in the sand.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, we move on to bill number 5208.
Bill number 5208, requested by Amanda Brower, sponsored by council as a whole, an ordinance authorizing the county executive to execute a Transportation Enhancements Funds Program Agreement with the Missouri Highways and Transportation Commission for the St. Charles County Bike Walk Phase 1, Federal Project TAP 7303624.
Questions or comments on this particular bill? Seeing none, we move on to bill number 5209.
Bill number 5209, requested by Kurt Barr, sponsored by Terry Hollander, an ordinance authorizing execution of documents for receipt of funds in the amount of $56,238.41 from the Secretary of State for a grant awarded to the Election Authority for an election efficiency grant to assist with election activities, systems and equipment maintenance, maintaining voter lists, and polling place accessibility, and further amending ordinance 22-087 by providing supplemental appropriations to the Election Authority fund budget.
Questions or comments on 5209?
I got a comment.
Yes, Mr. Brazel.
On this particular bill, I'll be voting no on it. And the reason why is I requested information about 2 months ago. I requested the serial numbers on all the machines. All costs associated with the machines included storage, warehouse space, training, off-site travel, training, transportation of machines, paper printer, maintenance contract with the vendor, work order for removing the wires out of the back of the machines. It's required by law to see that work order. And so I have not received anything, no response, crickets. As a county councilman that we provide funding for this office, he's required to provide this information or just file a Freedom of Information Act, and there's been zero response. So I can't fund a department that doesn't even respond to just good questions, and so I won't be supporting this.
Any other questions or comments on this particular bill? Seeing none, we move on to bill number 5210.
Bill number 5210, requested by Chief Kurt Frizz, sponsored by Terry Hollander, an ordinance authorizing execution of an agreement for a donation to St. Charles County from Barnes Jewish St. Peter's and Progress West Foundation for a certified therapy canine and related training and items.
Questions or comments? Seeing none, we move on to bill number 5211.
Bill number 5211, requested by Samantha Shadrock, sponsored by Terry Hollander, an ordinance amending section 130.060 OSCMO concerning the qualifications of the Director of Finance, amending ordinance 22-087, budget of the St. Charles County, deleting the Department of Finance Financial System Administrator and adding a financial analyst, amending Chapter 127 relating to the Department of Communications, enacting Chapter 122 on the Office of Roads and Traffic, and reclassifying the Operations Manager position in the Department of Information Systems.
Questions or comments on 5211? Seeing none, are there any bills to be removed from the table? If not, I believe that concludes. I do want to thank the folks here at the Family Arena for allowing us to conduct our meeting, and I would like to remind the folks at home that the next meeting will be on Monday, July the 31st, and it also will be held here at the Family Arena. Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
We are adjourned. Thank you.